Hey guys, how's it going? Taking care of some things before we get started. Would you eat a ghost pepper on stream if we gifted to you? That sounds deadly. Would you pay me for that? If so, maybe. How do you play a CN server in English? I actually need to... I'm probably going to have to put it in the description going forward, because I get that question a lot. But it's an English patch that's on the global community. 2 subs? That's not enough. This real quick. This is probably gonna be a long one, since they refer to this as like the chapter 2 of Corposant. So it's probably gonna be as long as that one. So my limit for today's stream is going to be 6 hours, maybe 7 if we're close to getting done. We'll see what happens, though. And a can of maple syrup? Actually, it's a little bit better. Maybe. Depends on how I feel. 2 subs and some maple syrup. Also, why is the question. Content. Okay. Alright, content. No. I mean, I am a streamer and a content creator, so I guess at the end of the day it is content. It's valid. It's a valid thing to ask, but do you want me in pain? Is that what this is about? You want me in pain? Oh, I appreciate that, Claw. I'm always happy whenever I get complimented that way. The summary videos were very fun to make, but it wouldn't be very worthwhile if you guys didn't enjoy them. GG V6 Arctis Cat and Wife yet? B0R1. That's where I'm stopping at. Because I'm saving for Sapo. Any summary between Corporation and this story? No. The best you're getting is Ferrari on Twitter. He actually already posted a summary on his profile, so you can go see his. As for any videos from me, man, I'm so behind. Life is lifing. It's always you, Dylan, even when it's not. To be fair, eating a ghost pepper isn't the most wild thing a streamer has done. Like, not even close. They've been going ham on the Victorian music nowadays. The orchestra. Goated music. Yeah, true. This is very good. Alright, so like usual, while I am reading through the story, I will be looking at chat, but there is a decent chance that I will not be responding to you guys immediately, unless I'm laughing at you guys. This is because I'm giving myself 6 hours, and I do want to get through it all in one part. I will try to respond to you guys in between scenes, though, and especially during gameplay. Without further ado, let's get started. Who am I? In the silent darkness, even the sound of electricity flowing was so clear. Even now, she was still not used to the feeling of the creature clinging to her body, her frame. That was a part of her organs, her power, her nightmare. Nightmare. A few months ago. Truly perplexing. I find it difficult to understand what meaning there is in doing such a thing. Alright, don't look so glum. Starting today, she is our sister. Get along well, okay? Are they talking about me? Who am I? As evaporating white gas dispersed into the air, the hatch that imprisoned her was slowly opened. She opened her eyes. Before her were two unfamiliar women. When she saw them, she keenly sensed that a part of her own body seemed to be writhing, crying out, producing a kind of resonant vibration.
Ohayo, Juno.
Good morning, Juno. Okay, that's what they called her, Juno. Alright, so you were correct on that hypothesis from the last event on who Juno was?
Genki so ne?
You like you're in good spirits.
Juno. Anata no koto yo.
According to our customs, you were originally supposed to be named after a celestial body too. But
こっちの方が似合う。
this name seemed more fitting for you. Juno lowered her head, staring at the palm of her hand. She always felt that this hand didn't really belong to her.
私は誰?
Who am I? She asked this question once again, but this time she had a more specific subject of inquiry.
私たちと同様。
Like us,
オルログ財団
you are
製
the
の
most
最
advanced
新
third
鋭第
generation
三世
doll
代なの。
manufactured by the Olog Financial Conglomerate.
誇りに思うべきよ。
For this
私たち
alone,
と同
you
じ
should
栄
feel
誉を
honored.
賜れたのだ。
After us, you are the only doll to enjoy this distinction.
オルログ財団。
Olog Financial Conglomerate?
少し前に
Yes.
あなたはそこにい
Unfortunately,
るダーチ
not
マ
long
ンと
ago,
共に
you and Miss Darcher went together to a location codenamed OD01 to recover a certain sample.
しかしそこで
But during operation, you encountered the voluptuous doll paused deliberately. Juno realized that the other party seemed to be observing her reaction.
そこで
Let me guess,
そこで敵と遭
we
遇
encountered
した
enemies?
そして私は
And
急
the
に
result was
す
that
る
I
羽目にな
needed
った。
to rest a bit to stay awake?
え
That's right. Seeming somewhat surprised by Juno's proactive attitude, Cocoon slowly narrowed her eyes, and the smile on her face deepened instead.
あなたはいくつもの街道を破壊した爆
You were
発
caught
に
in an
巻き込
explosion
まれ
that affected multiple streets.
自分でも気づいてると
You
思う
probably
けど
realized it yourself.
あなたは相
You
当
are
のダメ
severely
ージを
damaged, which is why only now do we have the
そして今
chance to
ようやく
rebuke you.
再起動したわ。でもメンタルの方は
It's just your mind.
メンタルは異常をきたしたまま
There was a slight issue with your neural cloud, right? She raised her eyes and looked straight at Cocoon. At that moment, the roles of observer and observed seemed to briefly reverse.
そうね。
You could say that,
でも大丈夫。
but don't worry.
まだまだ調
There's
整を
still
続
time
け
for
る予定
subsequent
だ。
adjustments.
今のあなたがやるべきこ
What
と
you
は
need more right now
新しい
is to
体
move
に
around
な
a
れる
bit.
こと。
Get familiar with your new state. As the words new state fell, Juno perceived something subtly ringing deep within her chest. It wasn't a heartbeat, but it was more obvious than a heartbeat. The locks securing her limbs were releasing one by one. She slowly sat up, feeling the unusual sensation. The piercing white incandescent light above the maintenance pod poured down from the side, outlining her silhouette. From collarbone to shoulder, from waist to thigh, the seams between the silver-white alloy and the synthetic skin were covered in patterns resembling black vines. Those weren't decorations, but traces of a parasitic creature revealing itself on the surface. As she moved carefully, those patterns were plucked like invisible currents, slightly contracting and stretching as if breathing. Oh, I do see a bell button there. Anyways, Juno looked down at her hands. Even though she had more than one pair, she was more familiar with this pair. The bone proportions were precise, and the skin color warm, yet a layer of murky heterogeneity seeped through the contours of the fingertips and the webbing between her thumb and forefinger. Those are traces of a foreign object overlapping with the frame, as if it was bitten by something and then forcibly stitched together. She clenches her fist. The squirming subsides. The electric buzzing also falls silent.
まだ使える。
Still usable. She stands up from the maintenance pod. Her movements are clean, her gaze sharp, without the slightest hint of weakness, as if right at this very moment Cocoon is the one standing before her who had been trapped in the pod, unconscious for days. The moment her toes touch the ground, Her shock-absorbing structure lightly collided with the ground, emitting a brief dull thud, as if knocking down a marker for her return. Hold on. A parasol extended from the side, blocking the path between her and the corridor outside the cabin. Doctor looked at Juno, her eyes still filled with distrust, wariness, and contempt. Does she think she's hiding it well? Or has she never thought about hiding it? We haven't agreed that she can... Juno looks up. Their gazes meet in midair. A spark of static crackled, seeming both real and as if it only sparked within their perception. The thing parasiting Juno's body pressed lightly against her chest, and a chilling hostility and fighting spirit raised its head along the neural chains throughout her body. She took a half step forward and grabbed the umbrella Doctor held out. I can hear you. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was very steady, and carried a chilling coldness that made one shiver. And I can see you. Her gaze moved from Darcher's umbrella to her wrist, and finally landed on her face. Her expression remained completely unperturbed. Don't get in my way. Doctor's arm tensed for a moment. You... Don't get in my way. Ooh, nice look there, Juno. The air tensed at this moment. Yes, I am. I think she meant, yes, that's enough? Not sure. Cocoon, who had been observing everything all along, gently clapped her hands, a smile cutting through the tense atmosphere at just the right moment. She's not wrong. Procedural checks can be done on the go. Organize the precautions and send them to her later. As for now, her gaze turned to Juno, as if reconfirming the completion level of this precise craft, but also as if apprising something more complex. It's fine to let her walk around by herself. Doctor gave a soft barely counting as tacit consent. Juno didn't look at her again, simply lifting her foot and stepping into the passage. She didn't look back, nor did she hesitate even slightly, as if she had long known exactly where she was going. Even though deep in her neural cloud, that question still hung quietly. Who am I? And... who is Rosa? In the endless darkness and abyss, she fell once, and then fell again. Electricity felt like rain, cold, seeping beneath her skin. She could almost hear the sound of her own joints opening and closing like a broken lamp flickering incessantly. Expected to breach the final defense line of Odessa Bay Bridge after 10 seconds. I'm gonna catch it to you soon. When I catch you, I'll take out those legs of yours section by section by section. I won't leave a single screw. You got some skills. Let's go again. Damn it. Keep coming. Stop struggling. I'm perfectly fine, don't you worry. How strange. Everything before her eyes seemed frozen. Looking at that blurred face, Juno turned around and looked at that trembling other existence in the memory. Her neural cloud felt as if she had been pricked by a needle again, producing a severe pain far more unbearable than any injury caused by that rabid dog-like doll. He fired a gun. Her face, so blurry. So blurry that she felt as if she was seeing another person. Hey, it's me. Her hand is out of her control, moving like a machine to fulfill its mission according to a program. Raise the hand, pull the trigger. The gunshot rings out and a pool of blood slowly spreads next to her boots, acting as a mirror to present that unfamiliar face to her squarely. The mirror is very thin, simply saying that name will shatter it. Once shattered, all misalignments will fall back into place. She knows she almost done it. The white noise gets a little louder. The scene before her looks as if an invisible hand has lifted it from the top right corner, holding a neat crease. All sound recedes at this moment. Her shadow, along with the mirror, is enveloped in darkness and plays at the bottom of the abyss. Darkness fell like a floodgate, and then lifted like one. Juno suddenly opened her eyes. The smell of coolant reached her chest first, and she almost mistook it for some kind of metallic blood scent. The parasitic creature curled and stretched at her chest, as if waking from a dream alongside her, gently rubbing against her inner walls, emitting a faint, almost inaudible hiss. The syllable that should have formed rolled over and over in her throat, but in the end, she only expelled a breath that didn't lay on any word. I can't remember. She remembered that the female human who had asked her name was a counselor from the Namfa, named Kalina. She seemed to know her, but she had never seen her before. And... is that? That face had appeared in her dream, replacing memories born out of nowhere, reflected in a pool of blood. She couldn't remember. The more she couldn't remember, the more anxious she became. This anxiety felt like a fire roasting her neural cloud on an iron plate. She had to find out. Find out that person's true face. The call connects. Awake now, my dear? What's going on? It's nothing serious, but if you had enough rest, we still have a mission to carry out. Come gather at the central point. She is being monitored. Even her sleep cycle is detected the moment it ends. She needs to be more cautious and careful. She will get her answer sooner or later. Supposed to eat a crab. John Commander. Is the extra horny grows out? From the PV, yes. You're still also yearning for the commander? Secretly, yes. I put down the last dossier in my hand and rubbed my slightly sore and swollen eyes. As I stretched my body, I could almost hear the crisp cracking of my shoulder blades. And that sucks. I know how it feels. And not far away, at another temporarily moved desk, Rosa had her head down, looking seriously at the files on the desk. I watched her for a while and surprisingly noticed that her hands didn't seem to be moving. Is she spacing out? This somewhat peculiar scene piqued my interest. While watching, I picked up the coffee on the desk and took a light sip. It's cold. Ender? It was as if my voice had pulled her back to awareness. Rosa suddenly lifted her head, and then seeing me frown at the iced coffee, she jumped up in a panic. Sorry, I forgot to brew it hot for you again. It's fine. You've been busy too. I put down my cup, wiped my mouth, and then comforted the somewhat uneasy Rosa. She's been keeping this appearance up for a while. If I didn't know the reason, I might have been more proactive in caring for her and trying to solve her problems. But precisely because I know the reason why she's like this, I have no idea where to start. This is likely the only thing that won't see any progress during this time. Is there something troubling you? Oh, there's nothing. I forced a light smile, hoping to share a bit of my own good mood. Faitusa just sent over the crop growth records from the community. Everything looks to be going smoothly. Another batch of crops will be ready for harvest in the next couple of days. Perry and Sakura are also doing a great job with distribution. They're very clever in how they do things, and they proudly reported to me that they managed to shake off a lot of guys with malicious intent. As for the supply issue, that was our biggest headache before. With Makosha's help now, we can basically meet our needs. Work has been completed quite well recently. Yeah. Ah, right. How did I spend on sections then? The repair went smoothly. Although it was Meiling's first time handling the maintenance of a third-generation doll, she did her best. Even if there were parts she couldn't handle, they healed themselves after the other parts were repaired. Self-healing, huh? Hearing this word, I let out a somewhat thoughtful sound. You also think that this feature of 13 dolls is very similar to Paradeus' Nidos, right? Brooke's expression looks somewhat worried. Yeah. I shake my head and give a comforting smile. This isn't the first time we've dealt with third gen dolls. The fact that they have Bujin inside them is hardly news. Sexton has always proven to us that as dolls, they possess independent thinking and thoughts. Since we've already chosen to give her a chance, we must see it through to the end. Ultimately, based on Griffin's records of taking in Nidos, the outcome wasn't always bad. We have taken in Nidos before? Rosa's expression looked a bit surprised. I immediately realized I misspoke, especially since Rosa has been partially sensitive about missing parts of her neural cloud lately. Yeah, so even if they are different dolls, we should still give them a chance. So Griffin has taken in Nidos before. So assuming he doesn't just mean dandelion, would that mean some of the Nidos were canon from assimilation? Okay. That's a little worrisome. But okay, yeah, I guess they're canon now. Maybe within reason. I quickly skipped past this topic. I'm not sure they brought back Grey though. Yeah, Grey was canon, but I don't think Grey was officially Griffin, you know what I mean? I think that just might have been Neela. Okay. Besides, look on the bright side. Isn't this also a great opportunity for us to study some Bujins?
うまくいくといいけどね。
If only we were really that smooth. Just as Groza gave a bitter smile, a sudden commotion outside the command room drew my attention. As a medical professional, I absolutely refuse to agree with this. I have to try, or you guys don't not care she stays it forever. But you just can't hit Nemesis on the head? It's not an old TV set that gets fixed by the slap? Seedling grows, decays, the resentment of withering. Who are you calling childish? What are you guys arguing about? Commander, Clark is trying to crack open Nemesis' head. I am absolutely not. What's going on? Outside the command room, a group of dolls surrounded Nemesis, seemingly arguing about something. Even Melanie, who was supposed to be staying with Helena, was caught up in this commotion, looking caught in a dilemma. And in the center of the argument, Krolik was visibly the most agitated person. No need for words, I immediately understood what they were arguing about. On the day of the retreat from the Red Zone, Nemesis sacrificed herself to cover everyone else, becoming trapped in the tower and maintaining a missing status for several days. After the Elmo departed from Red Zone, and Sexton's mind had nearly recovered, Nemesis suddenly appeared in the vast desert. According to Nemesis, she narrowly escaped the castle through a secret passage after the explosion. Of course she did. Then tracked the Elmo's coordinates back from the Red Zone, facing multiple difficulties along the way in search of usable vehicles. Although everyone was happy for Nemesis' safe return, there were still countless mysteries waiting for her to answer. Thinking of this, I followed Groza over and joined the doll's discussion. Ever since we escaped that weird castle, we've always wanted to investigate Nemesis' connection with that place. Of course, just like the commander said, we all trust Nemesis. She's our companion. Though, there are still so many dolls that look exactly like her. She was also inexplicably and terrifyingly familiar with the terrain there. Most importantly, although everyone doesn't mention it much now, her origins are originally, what's it called? Howling wind, lashing, nameless rain. Right, unknown origin. Isn't it too weird for you to say that yourself? I was originally planning to investigate this matter as well, but got delayed by other things. What does this have to do with cracking the open Nemesis' head? Unfortunately, we can't go back to investigate, nor can we find any other traceable clues. The best breakthrough point is Nemesis herself. When Nemesis talks about the past, it's just incomprehensible sentences. So we are trying to find a way to help her repair her memories. A dusty page of my heart seemed to be touched by the sight before me, shaking off a few more specks of dust. I understand that they want to delve deep into Nemesis' neural cloud, to dig, to explore, to search for any possible trace. I once did this for someone else.
Nemesis.
I walked out to Nemesis and placed a hand on her shoulder. To investigate the secrets hidden in the castle, its connection to Paradeus, the identity of that mysterious person, and so on. We have many other ways. If you're unwilling, we won't do anything to you. We are comrades. No matter what happens, I'm willing to entrust my back to you. So, you feel uneasy or just simply don't want to do it, that's fine. Don't force yourself. Nemesis must have understood what I said, even though I still felt a hard time understanding her words. Fortunately, at this moment, we don't need a language to communicate. Fierce storms, boundless, Let Helen handle it? That's fine, but we'll be watching too. After the noisy group had bundled Nemesis away, I noticed Groza standing still, her expression seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong, Groza? It's nothing. Realizing I was calling her, Groza snapped back to reality, and shook her head. It's just, I can somewhat understand Nemesis' feelings. Also, what you said Nemesis just now resonated a bit with me. If Nemesis could regain her memories, then does this mean I can too? I put on a serious expression and looked at her earnestly. Even if you can't recall those memories right now, it doesn't erase the fact that we went through those things together. You are Groza, Griffin's Groza, and the Elmo's Groza, and the Groza who has supported me all the way here. I smiled and comfortingly patted Groza's head, as if to encourage her. He loves patting the dolls' heads. As long as I'm here, you have nothing to worry about. We'd better go check on Nemesis' condition quickly, Commander. Yeah, let's go. Oh my god. Thanks, boy. Wind, grains of sand, shattered mirrors. Nemesis sat quietly on the edge of the maintenance bay, her feet touching the floor. Her gaze seemed vacant, yet was firmly fixed on some non-existent focal point. Sensory cables extended from the back of her neck and timbals all the way to the terminals on the side, with the data flashing on the interface like a chaotic tangle with no discernible pattern. How could there possibly be nothing at all? Krolik scratched her head in frustration, and a few sticking up strands trembled in the air, as if expressing her emotions for her. You should at least get some reaction. Try hard to recall what that castle looked like back then. Think about its characteristics, color, even what it smelled like would do. You might just remember something. Didn't you lead us through a shortcut back then? Lime, fissures, walking shadows. What do you mean, just a feeling? Don't be impatient, Krolik. Millie seemed a bit dejected. Nemesis has been trying her best to cooperate, but Miss Helen and I still haven't found a good solution. I can only confirm that there are indeed large unknown portions in their neural cloud, but as for the cause and solution, we still have no clue. Even if we manage to extract decipherable fragments from them, they're still just meaningless content. I stare silently at the data displayed on the console. Although I don't actually understand it, judging from what Main Lane said, I can tell the situation is not optimistic. This task is a bit too heavy a burden for Helen. Maybe I should let rotten bones. Don't give up so early. This isn't just about you. There must be some other way. For example, Krolik? Don't rush it, okay? Of course I know I can't rush this. I'm just... She exhales fiercely, but her gaze never leaves Nemesis. Forget it. It's nothing. In the brief silence, a slender hand was raised. On my end, it might not count as intel, but there's something I seem to have never mentioned before. Everyone's gaze turned to her. Melanie became a bit nervous under the scrutiny, her fingers tangling together, but she braced herself and continued speaking. It's just that, in the past in Helena's room, there was a leader responsible for daily maintenance management. An individual looking exactly like Miss Nemesis had appeared there before. That is indeed the first time I heard you mention this. I was worried that actually bringing up something like this would seem like I was trying to draft a wedge between Miss Nemesis and everyone. It's fine. This is our important companion. We wouldn't let a small matter like this drive a wedge between us. Also, well, after seeing the things in that ancient castle, this matter doesn't sound quite as impactful anymore. So after going in circles, there's still zero progress. Orlick waved her hands dismissively. The reluctance in her eyes gradually turning into an uncontrollable frustration. We tried every method we could think of. Music simulation, synth awakening, environmental simulation, story-driven guidance. She even went so far as to have Helen create a standard floor. Yet she still can't remember anything. At least some ineffective options can be rolled out. This in itself is progress. How inspiring. She scoffs, her tone dry. Just then, highly deliberate footsteps came from deep within the corridor outside the door. As the footsteps approached, a familiar voice also sounded at the door. Are you all having a meeting? Or are you preparing some new dangerous game again? Rita seemed to be drawn over by her commotion purely by chance, poking her head in to glance at the crowded medical bay. Her tone was light, like a casual joke, but her heterochromic eyes sharply swept across the faces of everyone in the room. As a temporary partner of the Defy Squad, she should have joined Alva and the others on the field survey mission. However, she chose to stay behind on the Elmo, claiming she couldn't keep up with those two's paces. The moment Pretia appeared at the door, Krolik suddenly deflated like a balloon and turned her head away. Get it. In that case, I'm not needed here for now. I'm going to practice. Hey, how could a lost promoter and instigator jump up and leave? Completely ignoring Kulfing's teasing voice, Krolik left without looking back for another door. Paradeus, why are you here? I heard you guys are going to help Nemesis restore her memory. So I came over to see if there's anything I can help with. As Paradeus spoke, her smile was clean and her eyes bright. Faced with this pure smile, Rosa actually seemed a bit uneasy. Rosa, who was always at ease when facing her companions, really fell silent for a moment at this moment. She nodded to Paradeus, her attitude very polite, yet somewhat aloof. We will keep your kindness in mind. However, regarding the treatment for Nemesis Neural Cloud, the current medical team will still take the lead for now. If there are other areas where stateside assistance is needed, we will notify you immediately. No problem. Paradeus naturally accepted this polite distance. Then I won't disturb you for now. If you have any new developments, remember to notify me, please. She waved her hand and turned to leave. Sections brushed past her, the gates meeting in the air, one wary, one amused. I came to check the situation. Do you have any need for me? Not at the moment. The problem this time doesn't have much to do with the inherent nature of third-person dolls. Look at Sextance, even though she is still as meticulous as when we first met, where she stands and the invisible yet very real barrier between her and the other dolls beside me. I think for a moment, then walk over to Nemesis, sitting down to be at eye level with her as she lies there.
Nemesis.
Course. Winding. Her gaze rested on my face for a moment, as if confirming something. I'm sorry you had to go through this. About that capsule, Paradeus and your own past. You don't necessarily have to dig all the answers out of your neuropod at once. Doing that is unfair, and besides, we don't know if it'll cause you any harm. Search. Predetermined trajectory. Her voice was still intermittent, but there was a little more of something that wasn't so distant. I stood up and looked at Sextance and the dolls present. You are all aware of the situation in the Elmo. After all this time of repairs, it's no longer that clunky thing barely holding together, ready to break down at any moment. Now it has the capacity to carry us forward proactively. Track down the remnants of Paradeus and, while we're at it, help Nemesis uncover her true origins. You of course know that this job's to be entrusted to, right? Mars, a raging, scattered thunderstorm. Of course. I replied with a smile. Both of you are unmistakably of those main forces. If possible, could you take me along too? I might not be as strong in combat as you two, but I can help provide cover identities. I also want to do my part for the commander. I'm sorry, I'm being too presumptuous. No, if it won't work, forget it. Sakura's voice was quiet as mosquito that had accidentally flown into the Elmo. If everyone hadn't been keeping quiet, waiting for me to speak, I probably wouldn't have been able to notice it. Of course there's no problem. I'm counting you, Sakura. Me? Leave it to me. You'd actually win my squad 4-4 this out, right? Kai scoffed softly, looking as if she's bound to win. I do indeed need squad 4-4 strength very much as well. After all, these troubles have been carried over from the past. Since we're already involved, there's no need to talk about staying behind at a time like this. If that's the case, then all that's left is... Commander, it's from Makoshi. Answer it. Communication connected. Hello, Commander? Let me tell you two pieces of good news. These past few days, we've restored several vaccine production lines based on the data provided to you by US DaySec. The factory buildings that halted operations earlier due to conglomerate's influence have all begun modifications. I believe the entire pharmaceutical plant will be able to start production very soon. It's great. Can the vaccine's efficacy be guaranteed? I couldn't help but feel happy at Vassal's words. For the current Makosh, the significance of being able to smoothly produce vaccines is beyond doubt. The first batch of vaccines have already been produced, judging from the initial test. The efficacy is up to standard. However, you guys are the ones who understand the technology better. I think it would be best for you to do a re-examination to see if it's qualified. Of course. Since this concerns the residents of Makosh, I will arrange it as soon as possible. However, what was the other piece of goodness? It's about that medicine you asked me for. When we took inventory of the factory's resources, we converted a vacant area into the temporary production line. It's already up and running. As you came over, you can check out the results. Not long ago, I had handed over the nutrient solution formula obtained from the Paradeus lab to Vassal, asking for his help. I didn't expect the results this quickly. If we can guarantee a stable supply of nutrient solution for the future, it would undoubtedly be tremendous news for Kalina. Thank you, that's a huge help. Compared to the help you give Makosh, this is nothing. Let's get the auto chat, Commander. See you, Makosh. The call ends. Commander? I thought for a moment and brought up the tactical sandbox on the table. Several different colored lines unrolling in the air. And we'll split up like this. Sexton, Nemesis, Sakura, Squad 44, and Krolek, who isn't here. You'll act as the main force. Split into two groups and operate near the red zone, focusing on tracking down leads on Paradeus strongholds. We'll also leave enough forces with the Elmo and the community to guard against emergencies. I'll leave it over to Paradeus, Helen, and Sakura squad. You guys are in charge of staying behind. I got this. That's for Makosh? Leave that to us. Yeah. Rosa, Colfine, and Masoon squad? You guys are coming with me to Makosh. Also, Melanie, in order to verify the effects of the products they manufactured, you need to come along too. Oh, right, Melee. You'll also become with us as well. There are some things regarding the production line over there that needs to be confirmed with Vassal. Very well. Don't worry. Lately, Colfine is super Colfining every day. Right. Then let's execute the plan. I closed the terminal and looked up at the dolls present. This time, the opponents we are facing were once the ones we knew best in this world. But 10 years have passed. We have changed, and so have they. No matter who they are, we cannot let our guard down. No matter how things have changed, I believe Paradeus won't give up on their plans just because we are a little more prepared. But at least this time, we won't just passively take a beating. More importantly, I looked at Nemesis and our eyes met. They owe us a lot of things, and we're going to take them back with our own hands. Ash Valley. Balls. She said, "Fuck yeah." She slowly stood up the moment her heels hit the ground. A very faint echo came from the floor. There may be plot here in these two, so I will stop there and see if the branching pathway has more plot. Yeah, I was surprised to see Vasil so early. I've forgotten how long it's been since the Elmo was this quiet. Ever since more and more companions joined the train. Train? I guess you can call it a train. There hasn't been a peaceful night like this for a long time. It's so quiet that it feels a bit unreal to me. Footsteps occasionally ring out in the corridor, but are quickly swallowed up by the low hum deep within the ship's hull. Everyone should be making preparations. Only one light remains on in the command room. Commander. Groza walked in from the door, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea in her hands. Unlike the coffee from earlier that day, the tea's aroma was much softer. It's time to take a break. I looked at the tea she brought, smiled, took it, and took a sip. Very fragrant. It's rare that things are going so smoothly now. I want to push them all forward as early as possible. As long as you're here, things will always go smoothly. On the contrary, if you collapse from work, I wouldn't know what to do. I'm not that bad. No, it's real. Rosa shakes her head. Looking at her expression, I opened my mouth to say something, but felt I had already said enough. Go back and get a good rest. You have to hit the road tomorrow. Yeah. Rosa nodded, picked up the empty cups, and turned to leave the command room. I watched her walk away, my fingers slightly tapping the desk in thought. Just as I was lost in thoughts, a figure nimbly slipped into the command room. Peritia? Sorry, Commander. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It just wasn't a good time for me to come in. I was waiting for her to meow, but... It's alright. I didn't expect Groza to show up all of a sudden either. This probably means Mr. Groza really cares about you. It's quite enviable. Yeah. So, you specifically waited until everyone was resting to call me over. Is there something you want to tell me alone? About that. The commander privately being a female subordinate. That'll make a nice new headline. Oh my. Good evening, Miss Dandelion. Before coming to you, I discussed it with Defy and Lorelei. Actually, I want to talk to you about all the same thing. About Groza. Dylan's like, well. No. I picked up the cup and took a tip of the tea. The sweet and refreshing aroma of the tea filled my mouth, and I felt my mind clear up a lot. You all know about Groza's situation. Now we also all know the main culprit that caused her to become like this. Main culprit might not be a very friendly term. But the truth is, Stateside must have done something to her during this process. Since Defy has already left Stateside, there's only a cooperative relationship right now. So they don't know much about the inside scoop. Lorelei stated that the security clearance for the missions and files involving Groza are beyond her clearance, so she can't help either. However, she did tell me that you might have some leads on this matter. I looked at Peritia. Groza is my adjutant and my important comrade. No matter the reason, I hope she doesn't get hopelessly trapped in self-doubt. Since you are now a member of the Elmo too, I hope you can provide some help with this. Have you always been trying to find a way to solve this problem for Miss Groza? In the past few years as a bounty hunter, I haven't been involved with Stateside for a long time. It's not that Groza probably didn't exist back then, it's just that she always repressed it. I knew, but I couldn't help her then. Nowadays, as I sink deeper and deeper, many things and people from the past, including Seisek, are slowly drawing me closer. Groza has no way to run from this anymore, and I just can't sit idly by. Since Seisek also wants to cooperate with me now, you need to show some sincerity. Whether it's you or Dandelion, I hope you will not only give me answers, but also give me a plan. Even if you just act as a middleman, that's fine. I can speak directly with the head of State Sect. If necessary, I can also speak directly with Mr. Selinsky. Wow! That's really bold of you, Commander. Can you help? I can't. Dandelion refused very bluntly, giving me absolutely no room to maneuver, nor any explanation. I don't feel frustrated. Having spent so much time with Dandelion, I know very well that if she says she noticed something, it's either truly impossible or is harmful to me. Also, once she has clear views, she will never change her mind. And you, Paradeus? Actually, I originally thought that if you called me here, it must be to talk about her. I have been worrying about how I should respond if you really asked. After all, no matter what you wanted to know, I certainly wouldn't have the answer. I promised Dandelion not to investigate matters concerning that world. If she wanted me to know something, I would definitely know it. If she didn't tell me, then I won't pry into it. More importantly, right now, I just want to help Groza. That's all. Uh-huh. I really can't win against you. However, unfortunately, due to Seisei's regulations, I cannot practically disclose classified information to you. She winked playfully at me. Don't know the answer, and can't practically disclose. Is the purpose of the Stellar Wind project aimed solely at me? No. Is Groza part of this project?
No comment.
I have no right to disclose that. Is Dandelion involved? No. Groza has a State Sect backdoor in her?
No comment.
I have no right to disclose that. Would she lose control because of this? I don't think so. What exactly is the situation with the red onion?
No comment.
I have no right to disclose that. Then let me rephrase the question. Does that matter have anything to do with Groza?
No comment.
I have no right to disclose that. Thank you, Paradeus. You're welcome. There we go, there's the meow. We cannot have shit. She tried her best. I leaned back in the chair and rubbed my temples. But that definitely means Seisek has done some fucked up shit. Are you feeling displeased? No. I shake my head. I don't mind whether Seisek is monitoring me or not. Or rather, it doesn't matter whether I mind. Because I understand this approach. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to let someone like myself act freely either. But you, you shouldn't have done it this way. This isn't fair to Groza. I've seen the most dazzling flashes of human politics in both of you. No. The root of Groza's internal friction and anxiety lies in the distrust of her own inner cloud. She's always worried that she'll lose control and cause trouble for me. Now that I know that Setbacks did indeed tamper with her, but that wasn't my objective. And I here to prove this matter, I'm here to resolve it. Telling her now will only make her more anxious. What do you plan to do? I want you to help me with this, Paradeus. Since you said it yourself, you're also a member of the Southern Wind Project. Let's speak openly and honestly. I can tolerate setbacks, no matter who initiated it. I can be monitored. But it can't be Groza. Tell them I want a solution. How they let the back door, and how they tampered with Groza's memories. I want everything to return to normal. This is the foundation of our cooperation. If they can't even do that, then I will refuse to have any dealings with setbacks. When the time comes, I'll go get the solution I want myself. Oh my! Zelensky must be terrified. If a war really breaks out, he'll surely be trouble over where to find a warehouse big enough to pile up the Elmo's wreckage and doll scrap. Alright, I get it. I'll pass it on. I imagine that after actually coming into contact with you, they also anticipated this moment. Thank you, Paradeus. I told you, there's no need to be so polite, Commander. Paradeus blinked. As for you, Dandelion, I have one more thing for you. Regarding Nemesis today, actually, including Groza, their memory issues. If you were to step in, could you resolve it? Just like... Dandelion reined in her somewhat teasing smile. Not just for me, even for her, that name means certain scars. Just like what I did with Miss Mocklin? Yeah. If you forgot, let me remind you, I didn't actually succeed last time either. Even though I found some fragments in Miss Mocklin's memory, I didn't actually help her reconstruct a complete memory. Nemesis and Groza's situations are completely different, and each has its own troubles. The only common point is that, even for me, neither is easily resolved. That's so. Another sigh. Alright. For Groza's side, we'll rely mainly on Paradeus for now. If Setbacks is willing to open up their resources, there will always be a way to handle it. As for Nemesis, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. Maybe her memories can be restored, but that's okay. She's still our companion, and I will do my best to help her find out the truth. Let's stop here for now. Thank you for your trouble. Understood, boss. Don't mention it, boss. I look forward to working with you, Miss Dandelion. Dandelion didn't respond and went straight offline. The night deepened further. I had thought the evening would pass quietly until a faint illusion startled me awake. As if someone is pacing lightly at the end of the hallway. I cut off my sleep mode and headed towards the command room. The commander should have already been resting. I was quite certain that he wouldn't overexert himself the day before important matters. The lights in the corridor were dimmed, casting a long, narrow band of light on the floor. I carefully approached the corner, listening to the sound getting closer and closer. If it were a companion, there would be no need for such stealthy footsteps. The tide returns. It's Nemesis. Her footsteps are very light, making almost no sound. This is a fundamental reason she aroused my vigilance. So late. What are you still doing here? The cuckoo noises, berries. Did you just go to the command room? Nemesis paused for a moment, then nodded. Shadows. Obstacles to changing orbit. Her words are so difficult to fully understand. With not here, even as captain, I couldn't communicate with her seamlessly. Hey Batsu, how's it going? Did you see the commander? Silent wind. Alright. Get some rest. Starting tomorrow, you'll also have a long road ahead of you. Sail the boat. Follow the storm. Nemesis walked past me. I turned my head as if catching a glimpse of the fading light at the end of the corridor. The light at the end of the corridor dimmed another notch, leaving only the temporary lighting, tracing a thin band of light on the floor. I followed that beam of light back as if nothing had happened. Rita's seducing the commander. She already did. She just joined last event, and she's already one of the most important dolls in the Elmo. Also, I saw this question before, but no, Dandelion and Paradeus are not the same person. Who am I? Coolant circulated slowly through the pipes, isolating her from the world outside the pod. The rivets driven into her neurocloud pierced deeper, roughly pressing her consciousness downward, sinking into a boundless blackness. Then something gently flickered with a faint light in that boundless blackness. With the crack of this light, an image surfaced. The golden chandelier slowly rotated on the hall's ceiling. The orchestra played an elegant tune, soothing and peaceful. Juno lowered her head. She was wearing a gorgeous evening gown. Not that combat suit exclusive to her as a third-generation doll, but a beautiful dress meant more purely for decoration. She even has only 2 hands. Her fingertips are covered by thin gloves, and the fabric drapes down her wrist, resting on her lap. She tilts her head, staring at these hands somewhat vacantly. This was a sensation she shouldn't have felt. But she always felt that she had stretched her knuckles like this countless times before. A hallucination? Or fragments of memories I lost due to damage? The unknown situation failed to stir her emotions. She remained cold, staying composed in the center of the dance floor like a shining star. She was in a spacious ballroom. Above the stage, something like a banner was hanging high. In the blurry light, she could barely make out the word resembling Griffin. At the banquet, the tablecloth was pure white, the rims of the glasses reflecting light, casting a soft glow around the figure in the center of the dance floor. She withdrew her gaze. On the dance floor, two blurry figures are slowly spinning in each other's arms. Their faces were obscured by the light, but their clumsy movements, occasionally stumbling steps, tense shoulders, and slightly rushed breathing all made her neural cloud suddenly recoil. Familiar. Incredibly familiar to her. Then she heard someone calling. My zipper! Please help me pull up my zipper? Rosa, you have champagne? The same name was repeatedly called out by several different voices. Rosa. She opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to respond, only to find her throat locked, only able to let out a faint breath. She turned her head and saw a blurry figure sitting beside her. That person was holding a glass, smiling very relaxedly, very naturally, with so much trust. As if she had sat by her side countless times. Hey! What's wrong, Groza? Juno's chest trembled slightly. I am... No. I am... It's John! She subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch that blurry silhouette. However, she felt as if she had been forcibly pulled away, and the music abruptly cut off. The magnificent banquet hall was instantly ripped apart by an unknown massive force. The grayish-white light formed an unbroken sheet, as if a fragile piece of paper was lifted entirely, revealing the filthy underlying color beneath it. Putrid mud. The cold blue light of the screen shone on Juno's stunning face, and the black text dancing on the profile interface flickered in her eyes. She sat in front of the terminal, her fingertips suspended in the air, yet not touching any keys. On the screen, a photograph was continuously zoomed in. An orange-haired woman stood in the center of the crowd, wearing medals, her smile looking somewhat wary.
Kalina.
Her data remembers this person, and that's all. Aside from that one encounter, there should have been no other connection between them. Yet the lingering reaction deep within her neural cloud makes it feel less like she's looking at a stranger's photo. It was like memories that she was supposed to remember were hollowed out by external force. Her profile continued to scroll down. Prince Commander. Earl of Frankfurt, according to official intel, had already sacrificed himself in battle. She didn't understand why a human who had long turned to dust had any need or qualification to exist in the files of a current high-ranking official of Namfa. Why did Kalina bring up this person's existence? Why? Juno's hand subconsciously caressed her chest, even though she knew what she imagined wasn't there beneath it. Deep within her neural cloud, a kind of very suppressed echo suddenly sounded. Like someone was screaming at her, screaming heart-wrenchingly until their throat tore.
Groza!
As soon as that voice appeared, it felt as if her chest had been struck heavily. The parasitic creature tightened violently inside her body like a startled cat, becoming restless and uneasy.
Data. Error. Error. 発生。いや。
Her intuition told her that none of this was a mistake. These data causing her destruction come from her true time. From Griffin. From the figure spinning in that ballroom. From that voice calling her name on the battlefield. Who exactly is he? She attempted, she wanted, she desired to continue investigating. Investigate all intelligence regarding the commander's files. And right at that moment, static. White noise suddenly pressed down from above, crushing all sound. She lost her vision. She also lost a chance to gaze upon the blurry silhouette in that file. Only darkness remained. System shut down. The smell of coolant returns to the nasal cavity once more. The maintenance pod opens amidst swirling mist, and the first thing to come out into view is the technician shrouded in white light. Darcher stood in the distance, her expression icy. Juno had noticed early on that Darcher probably didn't like her. Mine is stable. No signs of external interference detected. Please exercise caution, sir. No additional reactions observed. Oh, rest assured. We checked the records. Nothing unusual was found. Just routine conflict between third-generation frame and planet consciousness. Or perhaps, when we removed the back door in her original neural cloud before, it had a little lingering side effect. But it won't get in the way, just a tiny margin of error. Okay. Darcher approached and looked at Juno in the pod. Actually, just in case. You still remember the mission Cocoon mentioned earlier, right? Very well. I thought your neural cloud was damaged by that explosion. Do not forget the culprit who caused you to come like this today. We still need to track him down. I assume you have no other objections? No. Her voice was extremely steady. I'll let her rest a bit longer. Do not disappoint us further. The pod cover closed again, sealing tight, but this time Juno did not enter hibernation. With her eyes closed, those fragments still quietly surfaced in her neural cloud. Those unfamiliar orders, familiar backs, warm touches, and a certain name. Originally supposedly should, still should. The name that belonged to her. Rosa. Still incomplete. Here. I can't find it. Her memories. That commander. That Elmo. A complete version of herself that she lost. She wants to recover everything. Stop using Griffin clouds. You know why they want to, right? It's because they're so fucking good. Like, actually... So here's the thing, right? The neural clouds, they are the only ones that have neural clouds that last for this long. So they're actually phenomenons at this point. They're way better than what any human can create at this point. That's why they're so hell-bent on using Griffin neural clouds at this point. (2074) Month X, Day X, Odessa. Bobbin headquarters. The sun was high in the sky, but the spacious conference room still seemed somewhat gloomy. The only light source stood in the center of the long table, stretching the shadows of Zimmerman and Cocoon extremely long. Cocoon is reporting. As of now, we have confirmed that all losses in this round are true. There will always be up and downs in the business world. Drowning for a moment doesn't mean anything. Only those who can resurface are the ones who can carve out a place in this world. Is this a lesson for me? It's an advice to myself. Continue. According to Dutch's reports, the coast medicine supply can probably be considered cut off. We have lost actual control over that place. Communication services have also experienced a significant decline. Meanwhile, the announcement of that lady, along with Darcher, investigation results, all point to the same conclusion. Sextons, originally slated to be sent to Paradeus as a test subject, have been confirmed lost following the attack on the stronghold. Darcher herself was damaged in combat. Besides that, the remaining experimental assets were also destroyed. By most mean mother, the fat lady stated that the progress of her subsequent doll R&D plans need to be temporarily suspended. Under Cocoon's operation, reports were projected onto the table one by one. Zimmerman had to admit that it had been a long time since he experienced a debriefing so entirely filled with unpleasant news. It seems we've done our luck lately. Based on the intel provided by George and Darcher, our conclusion is the one obstructing them are very likely a team belonging to the same faction. After identification, we can be almost certain it is the recently enlisted war criminals. Miss Lentine should be very familiar with him. Ah, yes. Although my communications from Frontline personnel isn't exactly frequent, but I've heard her mention him many times. She seems to like calling him Commander. Zimmer's knuckles tapped rhythmically on the desk, looking with great interest at the somewhat blurry silhouette on the wanted poster. Besides that, what's more important is that we have confirmed her existence. The image of the wanted poster was cut off, replaced by a much clearer image of a female doll. We have confirmed that there are signs that SASEC agents secretly operating in the Makos incident. In fact, if it weren't for this lady interfering, that commander couldn't have caused such a high impact on Makos. Shall we punish them a little? No. After Lviv, UNC's top brass have been investigating the group. Although on the surface we've been smoothly dealt that useless doll investigating commissioner and extracted the group from the mess, the prying eyes in the dark will not easily cease. Lullaby is at a crucial stage. We should attract any unnecessary attention. Directly clashing with SASEC is clearly unwise right now. Let's be patient, Cocoon. I understand. I will follow your guidance. You may need to hold back our edge. That doesn't mean we should forego opportunities. Just like now, this situation is still worth taking advantage of. What are you planning? Coincidentally, that lady just entrusted us with some logistics escort work in that area. I want to assign this task to Misha. As for Makosh, how is that doll doing?
あの人
You mean Juno?
形ジュノのことですか
Ah, yes. Let her go. If you want to catch a fish, you haven't learned to use enough bait. I hope Zelensky likes her gift and takes it as a small warning at the same time.
はい
Yes. Inside the maintenance pod, Juno kept her eyes open, calmly watching the flowing field of vision. She lay flat, the liquid enveloping her, enveloping her, reflecting a faint blue light. She felt as though she had grown accustomed to such scenery. The human's voice transmitted clearly into her auditory system through the device. Or perhaps into her neural clouds directly? She didn't quite understand the difference. At this moment, the monsters entrenched within her body also seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, completely quiet.
メンタルログの整合性チェックを開始
Neural cloud records verification beginning.
ジュノさん
Miss
意
Juno,
識をそのままに
please maintain your
抵抗は
current
し
level
ない
of
でください
consciousness and do not resist.
これは通常
This is a routine inspection. Cocoon stood aside, her expression calm.
これは必要なメンテナンスよ
This maintenance is extremely necessary.
ここ最近のあ
We
なたの
suspect
シャ
your
ットダ
recent
ウンは
crashes are due to
第
compatibility
三世
issues
代
with the
人
derived
形の
racing
素体
frame.
との互換性トラブルだと思われる任務に支障がない
You
よ
are
う
about to depart on
念
an
入りに
important
チェックさ
mission,
せて
and
も
we
ら
need to
う
ensure you don't make any mistakes halfway through. She didn't respond, and fortunately, she currently lacked the ability to do so. The liquid in the pod stirred up tiny ripples, and the nodes symbolizing system progress began to light up one by one. She was gradually unable to discern the specific content of human speech, but still passively and quietly listened. They were like cold wedges, trying to be repeatedly hammered into the bottom of her neural cloud, reinforcing, deepening, not allowing the slightest wavering. Every strike made her feel as if she was being fixed onto a life that did not belong to her. So that's how it is. They repeated so many inspections for this purpose. If not for that voice, if, in her mind, that fragment didn't exist, she might really keep falling like this until she truly forgets completely. However, right now, deeper within her the neural cloud, that glowing fragment began to float up. She did it very covertly. In Cocoon, when the people in the consortium couldn't see her, she followed the guidance of that voice and found out more things. She kept her eyes open, the cold blue light reflecting in them. She saw Lviv, the remnants after the explosion. Hey! There's me. She saw the commander. She saw that person's clear face. She saw the comrades in arms fight alongside him. She saw it. She saw a doll in the footage, standing beside the commander. It was her. At least it was supposed to be her. It should have been her. It had to be her. She didn't understand why her heart ached. Anxiety, pain, impatience, and an inexplicable fear. She wants to continue the investigation. She wants to find that person. She wants to complete that name. But the clues seemed deliberately cut apart, leaving only fragments that she couldn't touch or grasp. She needs to stay calm. She can't show any weakness. Even if she cannot fully understand what these memories represent, she can tell that these are things the conglomerates does not want her to have. She has to hide them all.
メンタルに異常なし。
Neurocloud normal. No abnormal fluctuations.
ええ。
Excellent. The maintenance pod slowly opened. Juno stood up naturally, her gaze cold as she pulled out the tubes attached to her body.
ブリーフィングよ。
This is your mission briefing.
任務中はブルー
Blue
スフィア
Spear
と
and I
私
will
がサポー
provide
トす
you
る
with full support.
すべてはオルログ
For
財
the
団の
OPEC
た
financial
めに
conglomerates, we look forward to your
期待してる。
performance. Rosa, orders received. Juno instinctively wanted to respond, but she only let her eyelashes quiver slightly before closing her eyes.
私は痛快な勝利と盛大な祝勝会が好きよ。
I like clean victories and grand celebrations.
あなたには前者を
I'll
あ
bring
げ
you
る
the
けど、
former.
後者の用意
I
も
hope you have
ちゃんと
prepared
し
the
てちょう
latter
だ
for
い。
me. Thanks to the convenience of her mission, Juno no longer needed to investigate stealthily. She could boldly and unhinderedly pull up all the data she needed. About the mission target, about the data on the commander.
賞金ハンター。
Bounty hunter. It's almost like he's intentionally teasing people. This man who hangs the shingle of a bounty hunter on the outside is driving a land carrier. Where did he get that kind of thing? Her head throbbing with pain, Juno held one side of her forehead, suppressing the restless parasite. Just as she had seen in the fragments, it matched the relevant footage of Lviv that she had looked up previously. It was followed by many, many T-dolls. The relationship between them looked very different from the relationship between the conglomerate and the third-generation dolls. Namfa counselor Kalina had contacted him multiple times. It is reported that the recent internal investigation case involving the counselor is related to this matter. Last time, according to Cocoon, she and Darcher had teamed up during the sample recovery mission at ODE-01, and the opponents they encountered were these two. Kalina issued the orders, and the commander executed the mission. The file shows signs of tampering. The technique was very clever, but it was clear that it was handled quite hastily. If her deduction wasn't wrong, she probably wasn't the one executing the mission at that time.
リビュー爆発事件。
Lviv explosion. This is the commander's last recorded event appearing on the official level. Afterwards, he became wanted by the authorities and vanished, only resurfacing recently in Makosh. You let out a soft breath. The commander Kalina mentioned. The commander recorded in the files. The commander employed by Griffin. The fragments in her neural cloud, that figure flashing through those images. Perhaps these three are not different people at all.
指揮官。
That name she had always wanted to call out, yet could never find a trace of, always searching for. She needed to confirm it. She absolutely had to confirm it. This is giving me some major nature vibes. Bro, your screen some bug again. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Looking at my feed, it looks fine. Is everything good on the stream? I'm not sure. Same lab siege. Yeah, not seeing anything. Year 2074, month X, day X, red zone, a Paradeus stronghold. The sound of grinding metal echoed through the dilapidated building. A woman in a hazmat suit, accompanied by Singularity and some nimble Nidos, walked deep into the darkness.
ごめん、お母様。
Forgive me for talking out of turn, Mother.
私たちはここに何しに来てるの？
But I don't quite understand. What are we here for?
私にとっては美味しい空気だけど、
Although to me, the air here is very fresh.
お母様の体に差し障るんじゃ。
I'm worried it might be too much of a burden for your body.
ここに隠されたものに用がある。
What's buried here? It's worth my trip. Star Abyss couldn't see her mother's expression hidden beneath the protective suit, but she could sense that she was very familiar with this place.
ここは初めてじゃないの？
It seems this isn't your first time here?
お母様のラボがあった場所？
Was this once your research workshop? The woman motioned for the surrounding leaders to start clearing the wreckage in the ruins and activate the remaining equipment. Machines that had been dormant for years revived one by one. Even after enduring long-term radiation in the red zone, they still retained some of their basic functions.
ここは初めからレッドエリアだったわけじゃないわ。
This place wasn't a red zone to begin with.
飲まれるまで
Before the collapse storm swallowed this place,
ここに暮ら
the
していたん
Prana
だ。
family once settled here.
裏切り、裏
In
切
an
られ
area
が当
where
たり前
people
のこ
have
の時代
been
において
accustomed
信
to
じられない
betraying
くら
their
いの
own
お
kind
人
of
よした
profit,
ちだったわ。
they possess incredible kindness.
彼らの富と力
Relying on their wealth,
一度は
management,
集落が
and
形成
power,
されたわ。
this place even once became a settlement.
おとぎ話のようだね。
It's like a fairy tale.
どうして聞かせてくれたの？
Is this a mother's affection for me?
同じような場所はこ
If
の
you
世
look
に
around
い
the
くつも
world,
ある。
similar places might not be uncommon.
たまにこういう人間が現れてはどちらか
Occasionally,
人間性に
there will
敗北して
always
しまう。
be such people, ultimately failing miserably under human nature that should not be tested.
ここも例外じゃない。
This place is no exception.
でも
But
彼らは他と違う
but they had one difference.
の。よくある
What
物
brought them
語
to destruction was
再
not
現ない
balanced
連輪で
stupidity,
滅んだわけじゃなか
not
った。
limitless pity,
彼らが滅
but
びた
because
国は
among them,
彼
a
らの
treasure
中
they
に
could
誕生
not
した。
protect was born.
彼らではどうすることもできない存在。完全免疫体。
A complete immune individual. When that term appeared, even Starbucks couldn't help but rein in her contemptuous demeanor.
完全免疫体。
Complete immune
聞いて
individual.
もいい言葉だ
Ah,
ね。
what pleasing syllables.
会ってみたいな。
I'd very much like to meet them.
私と
I
完
wonder,
全免疫体
are
た
they
ち。
more
どっちが
outstanding,
優秀なんだろう。
or am I?
でも残念ながら
It's
そ
a
の
pity.
完全免疫
The final
体は
analysis
結局完
conclusion
全ではな
show
か
that
った。
Frame is still far from being a complete immune individual.
とはいえ
However,
彼らを
this
滅
was
ぼ
enough
す火種には
to
十
be the
分だ。
spark of their destruction.
あの頃私は
At that
あな
time,
たたちの研
I
究
had
を
just
始
started
め
my
たばかり
research on you, and thanks to
彼
their
らにお
care,
世話になった。
I temporarily settled here. The woman's voice was very soft, as light as dust, and those lies that passed away here.
ここに戻ることは
I originally
もう
thought
な
I'd
いと
never
思って
return
いた
here.
けど思えばあの
Thinking
頃は
back,
良かったわね。
It really was much easier then compared to now. She shook her head, abruptly changing the subject.
今回は
I
置いて
came
き
here
た
to look at
資
some
料を
lost data.
探しに来た。セクスタンスの件でインス
The
ピ
matter
レ
of
ーション
sections
を
gave me
相手
some
に
inspiration, and it reminded me that I seemed to have a
同じこと考
familiar,
えてたの
a similar
を思い
idea
出した
here back then.
記録は持ち出さな
But
か
I
った
didn't take
け
the
ど
records from back
ま
then
だ
with
こ
me,
こにあるはずよ。
so they should still be here.
あの時の仮説が正しかった
Maybe
と
my
は
approach
限ら
back
ない。
then wasn't entirely perfect, but
初心に帰
perhaps
るのも
I should
悪くないわ
try starting over. She turned to Star Abyss.
財団には
I've already
必要
notified
な
the
資材
conglomerate
を
to
持っ
deliver
て
the
くるよう
materials I
伝え
need
てあ
here
る
and later.
O43
Once they retrieve
を取り戻した
O43,
次の段階に
the
入
next
れ
phase of experiments can begin. Year 2074, month X, day X, somewhere in Namfa. In a conference room temporarily serving as the interrogation room. The lights had been on for over 10 hours straight. Kalina is quite certain they wouldn't turn off the lights even during the breaks. Electricity bills for these types of lights are very expensive. After another round of questioning ended, Kalina slowly walked back to her office. Fatigue permeated at her movements. She felt like she didn't even have the strength to brew a cup of coffee right now. It wasn't just her. Within her department, from top to bottom, all field agents and clerks were constantly undergoing review. She alone had been questioned no less than 12 times. These investigation teams sent from above seemed to have endless energy. They work in shifts themselves, but they show absolutely no mercy when dragging them in for questioning. Of course, she knows how to put an end to this endless torture. They're just waiting for her to relent, to give them the testimony they want. Then they can pack it up and call it a day. She can go back to being a counselor and everyone will be happy. As right now, in their eyes, she's the one asking for trouble. Even Director Kruger hinted to her that she could appropriately indulge them. After all, no matter what she says now, it won't make the commander's actual situation any worse. But... she stressed lazily. She seemed to be slowly losing her youth. In the past, even if she stayed for over a dozen hours straight organizing combat reports, she wouldn't be this listless. Or is it because the things being done are different?
それでも
Even so, I don't want to say anything that would unfairly slander the commander.
言いたくない。
She opened a terminal, checking both her work and personal email accounts, both of which are currently under surveillance, yet the expected emails continue to arrive. After all, some tasks don't simply disappear just because she's under scrutiny. In a Bondi, she spotted an unfamiliar promotional email at a glance. Luxury Yacht Limited, time sale. Lena's breathing halted for a moment. She suppressed her rising excitement and, trembling slightly, opened the email. The contents were nothing special, still those luxurious ships, still prices she couldn't afford. But in the very next moment, her eyes began to redden slightly.
よかった。
She had succeeded. She smiled lightly, and for a moment it was as if she had suddenly let go of some heavy shackle.
クルーザーですか。
A yacht. My sorry, I couldn't afford the taillights. She deleted the email but hesitated to close her terminal. Diane, this little boat, has finally found her place to dock. Then, what about her?
サンジ、勝手にメールを削除しないでください。
Counselor, please not delete emails arbitrarily.
次の事情聴取は
Next round
15
of
分
questioning
で
will
す。
begin in 15 minutes. Please be prepared.
わかりました。
Understood. She nodded slightly, revealing a slightly bitter smile.
そろそろ行かないと。
It's about time to set off. She looked up, the figure of him appearing in her mind. Man, he keeps showing up now. What the fuck?
指揮官様。あなたは今
Where are you right now, Commander?
どこ
John!
今が勝機。
Thanks, boy. We walked under the stable artificial light sources, bathing in the warm light on the streets of Makosh. The air was mixed with some sweet, damp smells of inextinguishable origin, as well as a certain calming aura of restored order. Wow, this place has changed so much compared to last time we came. It feels like tomatoes that had just been watered. Monsoon Squad pulled along wooden crates filled with vegetables and fruits. Many of the passing residents still recognized me and took the initiative to greet me. This enthusiasm actually made me quite uncomfortable, but at the same time, it warmed my heart. Cheyenne, on the other hand, quickly got used to it and began familiarly running back and forth, taking inventory of the accounts and lists sent to different places. At the street corner, a few newly arrived residents were building their temporary shelters, helping each other out without any restraint, as if they have lived here for years. Yeah. Perhaps this is exactly the scene we wanted to see. That's how we held on until today. Amidst such a scene, we soon arrived at the pharmaceutical factory. Before long, Vasil came out with his people to greet us. Welcome. I thought you'd be a few days later. We didn't expect it to go so smoothly either. Vasil smiled and led us into the pharmaceutical factory. Entering this area again, the scene before us was vastly different from when we visited before. The once lifeless factory building now had many human staff members who were busily transforming the production lines. And on several assembly lines that had already been completed, mechanical arms rose and fell under the operation of technicians, packaging the vaccine preparations one by one. Looks much lovely here. Once everyone knew we could really make our own vaccines this time, we became so motivated. With that, Vasil waved to someone not far away, and a technician immediately brought over a box of sealed medicine bottles. These are samples produced in recent batches. Our testing technology is limited, so we'll leave it to you. Of course, it does. After reaching for the dolls to put away the samples, I followed Vasil deeper into the pharmaceutical factory. Soon, a temporary production line appeared before my eyes. In the pipes, a light blue liquid slowly flowed along the spiral filter layer, being poured into specially made containers. This is the nutrient solution production line. This successfully replicated the batch of samples you sent earlier. The first batch of nutrient solutions is completed. I think the quality is within a controllable range, but whether it truly meets the requirements still needs your approval. Without me having to say anything, Kolfin fetched a sample bottle and stared at the liquid inside. Melanie followed alongside Kolfin, staring at the bottle curiously. I think it's fine. It's much more stable than I anticipated. What does Melanie think? Melanie carefully opened the bottle cap. She reached out her finger, gently dipped it into liquid inside, and then nodded vigorously. Melanie thinks Helena will definitely be able to use it. Receiving their approval, Vasil seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He called for people to pack the prepared nutrient fluid into boxes, and then let us outside. Commander, I am very happy that our cooperation went smoothly. He paused. It looked like concern surfacing on his face. However, before formally handling over the goods, I must warn you about one thing. Is there a problem? Not a problem per se, but I'm very worried. You walked all the way here. so you must have seen it too.
モコシュがこうなる
Makosha is developing very
私
well
たちは
now.
ずっと待ち
We've
わけてい
waited
た
a long time for this day.
いいことには違い
This
ない
is certainly a good thing for us as well.
噂が広まって
But word got out,
身寄り
and
のない
many
人々
wonders
が
have
押し寄
flooded
せ
in.
てきただが入ってくるのを
It's hard for
断
us
る
to
わけに
refuse
はい
them,
かない
unless we really are lacking in
人が
manpower.
足りないしな大半は悪
Besides,
人でも
most of
何で
them
もな
aren't
く
evildoers. They just
ただ
want
生
to
きた
find
い
a place
だ
where
け
they
なん
can
だ
survive.
でも
But
この
you
ま
know
ま
the
じゃ
situation
長
will
続
last
きし
long.
ない財団はきっと
The
また
conglomerate
戻
people
ってくる
will return sooner or
奴らが
later.
モコシを手
You
放
have some
すわけ
kindness
な
to
い
let
か
us
ら
handle
な
the coast like this.
保安局と接触
You have
して
them
い
for
るんだ
state sec.
財団の
Maybe
動
you
向
know
を
what they're
探れ
planning
ない
now.
か
Well, I let out a long breath.
すまないが
Sorry,
彼らが何をするか
but I also don't know
私
something
もわ
about
からない
they'll come, nor exactly what kind of plan they have.
それに私と保安局
My
の関係
relationship
は
with state sec
それ
isn't
ほど
as
親
tight
密
as
で
you
は
might
ない
imagine.
さらに言えば
Taking a step
たとえ
back,
保
I don't
安
think state
局
sec
でも
necessarily knows what the
財団の
government
動
is thinking
向は
either.
つかめないと思う私たちも
But we don't
人
know.
に頼る
We don't need
必
to
要
rely
は
on
ない
others.
エルモ号は
The Elmo will fight
モコシと
alongside
共にある
Makosh.
奴らがいつ来て
We'll
もいい
prepare
ように
together to ensure that no matter when they come, we have a way to deal with them. Upon receiving my assurance, Vasil's expression relaxed a bit.
君にそう言ってもらえる
I feel
と
much more relieved hearing you
す
say
ご
that,
く
Commander.
安心するよモコシの発展に
Makosh's
君は
current
欠か
development
せない
relies on your help.
君がいない
Without
と
you, I'm not sure if we
この
really
関所を
could
越
have
えられるの
overcome
は
the
怪しい
difficulties.
ことだ
これも私が来た理由だ
That's also my other reason for coming this time,
戦う準備をしないと
to prepare for battle.
何か考えでも
What are your thoughts?
まずは財団が逆襲し
First,
て
I
くる
need
可
to
能性
spread the
を
word that the
住
conglomerate
民
will
に周知
definitely
さ
make
せ
a
てほしい
comeback. Let everyone know.
備えておくに
At
越
the
した
very
こと
least,
は
everyone
ない
needs to be mentally prepared for it.
財団は姑息
When
だ
the
が
conglomerate returns,
今
I'm
度来
afraid
る
they'll
としたら
resort to a direct
武力を
assault.
使う可能性
In
が高い
addition to their dirty and underhanded schemes,
それに抗えるだけの戦
we
力
have
を
to be
持て
prepared for combat. I thought for a moment and added,
今のモコシの持つ戦
Makosha's
力は
current
足りな
armed
い
forces are far from sufficient.
薬品の生産が安定
Once
し
the
た
pharmaceutical factory stabilizes, we need to invest more manpower into the military
武
factory we seized earlier.
器弾薬に
Weapons,
人形
dolls, ammo,
とにかく
the more the better. We can never have enough.
私も同じ考え
Yes, just as I
だ
thought.
闇ブロー
I
カーか
contacted
ら
some
できる
smugglers
限り
and
の
I
材
will
料
try my
と既
best
製
to
品を買ってい
produce,
る
purchase some raw materials and finished products.
モコシには金が足りないから
Makosha's cash flow might not be
物 々
able to
交
keep up
換
with
に
it for
応
the
じてくれ
demand.
る闇ブ
But
ロ
I
ーカ
discussed it
ー
with some people and they also accept barter.
君たちがくれた作
The
物
vegetables you provided and
私
the
たちが
medicine
作っ
we
た
produce
薬
all have unique value.
私の人形による兵士
I
の
will
仕
arrange
事
for some dolls
戦
to
闘
come
データ
over
の
to
共有を
train
手
the
配
combat
し
personnel and also provide some combat records and data.
防御陣地も再
In
構
addition
築
to
しな
that,
いと
Makosha's fabrications need to be
理想
reinforced
は
again.
もっと
Although
外に広げ
ideally,
て
I
いきたい
hope
ところだ
to
が
push the
飢餓の
front
戦
line
力差を
further
考え
out.
ると
But
野
considering
戦
the
に
gap
全
in
てをかける
firepower
のは危
between
険
us
だ
and conglomerates, I'm afraid we can't pin all our hopes on field battles.
頭が痛くなってきた
Just hearing about it, my head hurts.
こう見ると
Looking
人
at
が
this
増え
way,
たのは
the recent
渡りに
population
船だ
growth is really timely rain.
これから人手が
There's
必
so
要な
many
場所は
places
増
where
える一
manpower
方
will be
だ
needed next.
まだ話は終わってないぞ
Well, no rush, I'm not done talking yet.
財団はバリア
Frontal
ードと
confrontation
わ
is
けが
only one
違う
aspect. The consortium isn't the Voyagers. Their methods go far beyond just violence.
兵糧攻めもあり得るだろう
Next, we need to
な
gather resources and build up our reserves.
闇ブローカーと
Regarding
の
the
取引
bartering
には注意
with
しておこう
the black market merchants, I will control the volume of imports and exports.
モコシの人口は
The
増える
population
一
of
方
Makosh is
だ
increasing now, so we
食
must
料の
ensure
供給
that
は
our food
何
supply
よ
is
りも
never
大
cut
事
off.
だ
出入りする人間のチェック
And
も
don't
忘れ
forget
ず
to
に
have
な
trusted people handling the screenings of anyone coming in and out.
これだけ人が動いてい
Since
ると
population movements
財
have
団の
become
人
so
間が
frequent
混じって
recently,
もおかしく
you
ない
must be careful not to let anyone from the conglomerate slip in.
中から攻められ
If
た
they break
人
through
々
from
も
the
ない
inside, we'll become extremely vulnerable.
そうだな
You're
気を
right.
つけるよ
I'll make the arrangements. While we were talking, many pharmaceutical factory workers passed by us. Some carried heavy loads, sweating profusely. Some stared intently at the production lines. Some bustled about adjusting equipment. Incredibly busy. They're all struggling hard, so they and the people they care about can survive in this world.
モコシの未来は何が何で
No
も
matter
守
what,
り抜く
we must protect Makoshi's future.
少し前までは
In the
未来
past,
を語るのは
what I thought
贅沢
discussing
で
the
しかない
future was a bit too luxurious. Basil shook his head, revealing a somewhat relieved smile.
今は違う
But it's different now.
何が起きようと
No matter what is
モコシは
going
そ
to
れに
happen,
備えられるだけの
Makos has
力
the
が
capacity to take it on.
行こう
Let's go, Commander.
想定通りの結果ね。後の祝勝会が楽しみだわ。
Okay, 2 more. Let me grab a drink. I'll be right back. All right. Gravel beat against the transport vehicle, making a dense pattering sound. The inner walls of the carriage vibrated silently with the bumps of the ground. The wind of the yellow zone was kept outside the metal shell. To block radiation, there was not a single gap between the outside and inside of the carriage. Even so, the smell of dust still filled the air. Juno kept her eyes closed, leaning back against the fixed chair, remaining silent throughout. She didn't enter hibernation. Instead, deep within her mind, like a bird freed from its cage, she soared through the sky she had never explored. She felt herself drawing very close. As time passed and the clues she uncovered grew, the ripples in the depths of her mind stirred more and more frequently. With her eyes closed, she continued untangling the chaos within her mind. In the darkness, another thin slit opened. Like an open book, some fragments buried in Juno's near cloud flickered faintly in her vision. White noise layered in, and an image surfaced. "2060X. One day, National Security Bureau, their maintenance center. Inside the empty maintenance center, the lights were excessively bright, casting people's bodies pale as if all the blood had been drained. Juno bathed in such light. She remembered that day, long before she had received orders to execute a top-secret mission. On the day she was notified to depart, she was pulled from her original squad and sent to an unfamiliar place for maintenance. She didn't know the specifics of the mission, just as she didn't know the purpose of this maintenance.
私の組対に何か問題でも？
Is there something wrong with my frame? The technician receiving her sounded numb, as if they had repeated the sentence hundreds of thousands of times.
今はまだ私は
I
上
haven't
に呼ば
found
れ
anything
て
yet,
仕
Miss
事をしてい
Groza,
るだけです。
but I must follow the procedure.
あなたの戦闘能
Please
力を
cooperate as
向
much
上
as
させる
possible.
ためにも
This is an order
ご
from
協
above,
力ください。
and it'll help improve your combat efficiency.
ええ。
Understood. She complied with the order, closed her eyes, and gradually accepted the process of her external senses being shut down one by one. It was nothing out of the ordinary. If you needed to repair a computer, no one would operate it while it's still running. I mean... But... At that time, in a daze, she seemed to hear some voices.
彼女イエローエリアに投入監視させ
Deploy her to the yellow zone. Monitor.
指揮官
She didn't hear it very clearly. She even began to wonder if she had really heard anything at all. But before she could question it, coolant had already begun to rise, covering her body. It felt as though she was sinking into the depths of the sea. After an unknown amount of time, the pod lid open again. Juno sat up from the maintenance pod, the world before her refocusing. The maintenance center was still the same maintenance center, the lighting still as pale.
組対状況良好です。
Maintenance complete. Condition is optimal.
次の任務に出
You
撃
can
して
head to
問
the
題
next
ありま
mission
せん。
rendezvous point,
グローザ
Groza. Think of pain.
メンテナンスログは？
What about the maintenance log?
取ってあります。中身
They're
を
on a
知りた
system.
ければ上司に
If
伝え
needed,
てく
your
ださい。
superior will explain them to you.
今は目先の任
For
務に
now,
集
your
中
task
して
is
く
to
だ
carry
さ
out
い。
orders as usual.
了解。
She stood up and took a step forward, but then stopped in her tracks. Another stab of pain.
私の
Neural
メンタル
Cloud.
あなた
You tampered with my Neural
私の
Cloud?
メンタルをいじった。
She felt an obvious void.
そんな権限はありません。
I don't have that kind of clearance.
でも
But
何かが
my
足り
Neural
ない。
Cloud, something is missing.
私のような一階の技術者に
A
あ
technician
なた
like
を
me
同
hasn't
行
the right
す
to
る
mess
こ
with
と
a
は
doll
でき
like
ませ
you.
ん。勘弁してください。
Let me go.
あなたは自
You're
主権を
safe
持
that
った
doll.
保安局の人
And one
間
with
です。
autonomy at that.
メンテナンス以外
There were
何もや
no
っていません。
unauthorized data deletions or modifications during the maintenance process.
任務と無関係の負
No
荷が
bars
メンタル
related to your
に
mission
かかること
objectives
は
will
ありません。
appear in your Neural Cloud.
ただの緊張で
You're
す。
just too nervous.
分かった。ごめ
Okay.
ん。
Sorry.
考えすぎかもね。
Maybe I was overthinking it. She turned and left the repair center. With every step she took, that vacancy would sway once in her Neural Cloud. Like a pendulum. The ruins after an avalanche are always the same color. The air was thick with the smell of burning, and bodies covered the floor. Some had fallen intact, while others were blown into unrecognizable fragments. Burn marks remained on the walls, visibly far exceeding the power of conventional explosives. Juno, standing in the middle of it all, is surprisingly clean of blood or dust, but her face is filled with absolute shock.
こちらグローザ。目標拠点を制
Must
圧。
reporting. The target stronghold has been destroyed.
今のは
Was that just now? Did she do it? No. Something strange. It seemed like when she got there, the place was already in that tragic state. Then, what role did she actually play? Killer? Tool? Or is it?
私は
Oh, am I?
誰
The question she uttered was like falling into an abyss, eliciting no response other than an echo. But then a voice surfaced from a memory on the other side. The voice didn't come from the images of the fragments, nor from this unidentified person. It was a voice she was very familiar with. Simply and directly, she placed emphasis on her name.
Closer!
Juno.
Juno stepped back to reality instantly. She wasn't at SpaceX, she wasn't at some base, she wasn't at Griffin. She was in a Monty security vehicle.
のんきなものですわね。
You sure are relaxed.
輸送の途中とはいえ
Even though we're still in
ここ
transit,
まで
you don't
深
need
く
to sleep so
吸入
heavily
できる
even
もの
if you're in
です
sleep
の。
mode, do you?
何
Something wrong?
国運から臨時
To
の
come
任
to the
務が入
message.
りました。
It's a temporary assignment.
近くのレッドエリアの
We
物
have
資
some
と人
movement
員
of
配
supplies
置
and
が変わり
personnel
まし
in our
た。
nearby red zone.
報告によれば、
According to
い
the
くつもの
report
中継ステーシ
from
ョ
the
ン
squad
が
over
潰さ
there,
れたそうで、
several transit stations were wiped out.
その様子を見に行
They're
けと
short
の
on
ことです。
personnel and it's right near our route anyway. It's not much of a detour, so let's go check it out.
モコシはどうするの
What about my coach?
これが終わってからです。
Well, after we're done here.
なんせ
Anyway,
逃げられません
they
けど。
can't run away. She does she does not want to miss this opportunity. Juno's silent sighed in relief. It seems Doctor didn't notice her abnormality.
わかった
The almost massive wheel sank into the edge of the sand dune, squeezing out sand like that looked like solidified waves. Rosa stood on a temporarily etched metal platform, looking up at this land fortress that looked as if it were about to be eaten by the sand.
あと2キロは進んでくれると思ったんだけどな。
I am talking. I thought it could drive another 2 kilometers forward. The commander stood beside her, trouser legs stained with sand, an uncontrollable mix of exhaustion and embarrassment on his face.
かなり大胆な計算ね
This mission is very courageous.
褒めてるのか
Is that a compliment?
そう捉えてもらっても構わないわ
If you must interpret it that way. She turned her head and looked at the simple crane busy working not far away. This land carrier is far less reliable than it looks. The power system often acts up, the protective layer alarms as soon as it encounters a collapse storm, and the internal pipelines seem like they could start arguing at any moment. Even worse,
プロのエンジニアが必要ね
we like a professional mechanic
それと聞き
and a
分けのいい
driver
パイロ
who's
ットも
willing to listen to advice.
私のことのように聞こえるな。
I am already listening to your advice.
君が止まれと言ったから止め
You
たんじゃ
said
ない
not to
か。
drive any further, and I stopped.
砂にはまった後に
It was after you drove into the quicksand. Her tone was calm, but the data recorded a small fluctuation in her neural cloud at that time. It's irritation. It's tension. And also a slight sense of pleasure. She saw the commander personally go down near the tracks, filling with temporary supports in the sand alongside several dolls hired to help.
今後似たような地形が現れたら迂回を
If
推
you
奨する
encounter
わ
similar terrain next time, I suggest detouring in advance.
最低でも
Or at
地
least
質データを
decide
解
whether
析
to
するべ
advance
きよ
after I confirm the geological scan.
わかったよ。
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. He looked up and smiled at her, but she subconsciously averted her gaze. Later, they picked up Mei Ling. And later still, they found even more companions. The Elmo, which seemed a bit extravagant for just 2 people, gradually became a place many people relied on as their home.
君がいてよかった、グローザ。
I'm so glad you're here, Groza.
本当に。
Thank goodness for you. Thank goodness for you. Carried by the wind of the Yellow Zone, when the sentence returned to the present, it was slightly distorted, accompanied by indistinct noise. But even so, still, there's a place that's getting slightly warm. The vibration in the carriage continued. Juno opened her eyes, and only then did she realize she was gently tapping her fingertips against the armrest.
そういうこと
So,
だったのね。
that's how it is. She could imagine what expression her face held right now. There was no corresponding label in the data.
何を笑っているの？
What are you laughing at?
あなたと関係が
What was it had to do with you, bitch?
深いです
How
わね。
unpleasant. Doctor still had a look of disgust. After leaving the conglomerate, her aversion to Juno was even less concealed. But Juno didn't hate her. Specifically, she had no feelings whatsoever towards Archer. The convoy continued to advance deep into the Yellow Zone, towards her destination. Almost there. She's about to find her answer. My boy Commander's a lady killer, yeah. .74 Yellow Zone. Somewhere. I like how they said somewhere as a location. It's very accurate.
座標修正完了。
Coordinates corrected. Sexton puts away her terminal. In front of the squad lay a stretch of ruins bitten down repeatedly by collapse storms. The ancient city-state was now nothing but a wasteland, with only occasional fragments of former architectural decorations visible. If it were just a ruin, it wouldn't be enough to raise an alarm. What was most unsettling was undoubtedly the crystals entrenched in the middle of the exposed steel beams and cracked concrete. Radiation eroded everything equally.
ここが市場の人たちが
This
行って
is
た
the
場所で
place
す
where
ね。
those people in the market mentioned. Sakura pulled the sheer scarf around her neck up a little higher, seeming somewhat uneasy.
証言によれば、この方向
According
に向か
to
った怪
those
しい車
people's
体があった
testimonies,
そうですが。
someone saw a convoy heading in this direction because it was very strange. They remembered it clearly.
怪しい？
Strange?
うん。具
What
体
is
的
something
に
is
何
strange?
を？あんたバカ？この方
Idiots.
向に向かったこと自体がよ。
Heading this direction is strange enough in itself.
レッドエリアまで2キロ
This
しか
place
ない
is
場所
less
な
than
んて
2 kilometers
普
from
通
the red
入ろう
zone.
なんて思わないでし
No
ょ。
people avoid it like the plague.
一体誰が？
Whose convoy would come here?
嵐
Storm.
そうね
Oh,
Paradeus
right.
の
Must be that
クズども
Paradeus
に
trash
間違い
without a
ないわ。
doubt.
じゃあ私たちは
Then
ど
what are we
う
gonna
す
do
れば？
next?
決まってるじゃない。
You even had to ask?
尻尾を掴んだん
Since
だ
we
から
caught the fox's
巣穴を
tail,
見つけ出す。
let's find their lair before they can react.
そして暴れる。
And then raise some hell.
うい、おっかないな。
You're getting violent again?
来るかいさ。
Okay. Has your mindset regressed more and more since we reunited with
シンプル
Commander?
になってない？パラデウスにぶつける方
Very
法に
well.
困ってたとこ
Once
ろ
we
よ。
find Paradeus, I'll launch you like
あ
an
んたちょう
artillery
ど
shell.
良さそうね。やめ
No,
てよ。
please don't.
確かにまだ新しい。
We can indeed find a few
人間の形跡が
traces of
見られる。
recent human activity. Miss Secretary Doll's opinion is not entirely without merit. I suggest we no longer split up our actions from here on out. If we continue forward, the comms interference will become unusually intense. If you get caught, I won't have the spare capacity to rescue you. Get over us, third generation doll. You better watch yourself. Let me catch you harboring any bad intentions. Otherwise, you'll be the first one I eliminate. And what's with this girl? Don't you know that you call out second generation doll? Everyone here will answer. Is a third generation doll's brain incapable of even remembering someone's name? Please don't argue. What's wrong? Why such a serious expression? Starry sky, the black beast. Even you feel nervous? Don't worry. If anything really happens, we'll shoot you from it. Jade's precious record? Earlier in the car, I was a bit impatient. But it's not like I have any issues with you. I just don't wanna... Kai won't carry me anymore. Be back on the train. No. Truck Senpai is too big and won't... It's not suitable for tracking missions. So I parked him far away. And Fukai said I shouldn't spoil it too much. Oh, how could this be? Stop fooling around. If we don't go now, the tracks will be smoothed out or by the wind. Forget it. Hey, they gotta learn to get along at some point. Thanks, boy. Done. That's the last one. This is the third stronghold. Hey, rabbit over here. Rabbit over there. Did you find anything? My name is Krolik. There's nothing. The crates are all empty. Is Paradeus doing this poorly now? Compared to the ones we've seen before, these bases are pretty shitty. A half-collapsed warehouse to haul out the old power substation, and a completely weathered underground passage outside. Not even homeless people wouldn't hole up in a place like this. Compared to bases, these seem more like temporary stations. That's right. We were only here briefly. The proof is that even now, we haven't found a single clue. We're still far from actually catching their trail. Sexton sat on a nearby wooden crate, wiping her handgun. Under the brim of her hat, her sharp gaze looked towards a companion in the crowd. Comparatively, what I care more about is... How did you locate these places so precisely?
Nemesis.
As Sexton's voice trailed off, the scene instantly fell into an inexplicable dead silence. What are you trying to say? After a brief pause, Krolik was the first to step forward, standing between Nemesis and Sexton's, making no effort to hide her hostility. Were Nazis you want to spew? Think it through carefully first, or I won't let you off easy. Don't misunderstand. I'm not implying anything. You don't need to be so hypocritical. These Paradeus people aren't exactly highly trained warriors, but they certainly aren't idiots either. They're quite competent when it comes to covering their tracks. Even I had to admit that I completely lost their trail several times along the way. But we still managed to track them down here, thanks to her. Saxon flicked the brim of her hat with her index finger and looked at Krolik somewhat provocatively, while her gaze passed right through her to Nemesis behind her. Exaggerated? You guys just didn't want to say it out loud, and I played the bad guy. You should thank me. Stop trying to drive a wedge. Calm down, Krolik. Makai furrowed her brows tightly. She looked at Sextans. While not as hostile as Krolik, she definitely didn't like her either. He has a point this time. But I don't think this is anything wrong. But I don't think this is anything worth doubting. We've already been through this once, haven't we? If it weren't for the precedent, I wouldn't have foolishly brought the squad down this deep. Nemesis? Do you experience memories you don't understand, just like last time? The morning star flickers. What did she say? She said it was just fortune-telling. Sexton's mocking laughter is deliberate and crisp. Does that mean intuition? You heard, she says divination. And here I was thinking you were somewhat sensible among these second-generation dolls. You actually believe that kind of nonsense. Is trusting your comrades such a difficult concept for you to understand? I'm back! There's some major situation. I found a squad heading towards the red zone. The route perfectly matches the tracks we've been following all along. It's looking Paradeus. What's wrong? Why is everyone so quiet? Sexton stood up from the wooden crate, hid her expression under the brim of her hat, and walked out without a word. Even SF and Griffin got along better than right now. 2074, Makosh, Commander's temporary residence. Commander, this communication from Sextons and the others. Not immediately. Groza quickly brings up the connection feed on the terminal. Projecting footage has made it back from Sextons into the corner of the room. Center of the room. Commander, we spotted an unidentified squad operating on the route we reported earlier. You saw those things in perimeter, right? Let's rule out the possibility of them being bystanders. Before Sextons could speak, I had already seen those entities on the screen, including the one leading them. Although no one pointed it out, I imagine my expression right now must look terrible. It's Nidos. Those humans in the stronghold. They're from the Mishap squad, no doubt about it. We're very close to the red zone now. You could say we're even already inside the red zone. Collapse storms are frequent here, and the signal is very unstable. I don't know how long communications can be maintained, so if you have any orders, make them clear ASAP. Do not voluntarily expose yourselves. Not engage in combat. Follow them and confirm their routine area of operation. Load is purely not of the standard spec. They must be making a delivery. Follow them and find a destination. If anything changes, report immediately. Image vanished in the room. The lights overhead restabilized.
指揮官
Commander, don't worry.
心配するな。今はまだ
I know it's
その
not
時
time
じゃ
to
ない。
reach out yet.
我慢比べなら誰に
When
も
it comes
負
to
けないさ。
patience, I won't lose to anyone. Looking at determined communication, I slowly clenched my fist. No matter how many times, I will be the wildfire that destroys them. .74, Month X, Day X, Yellow Zone, Mishap Squad, Temporary Base. The makeshift windbreak blocked most of the sand blowing in from the front. Those humanoid monsters maintained their vigilance on the periphery, while the Dirty Mason dolls were driven out to patrol the outer perimeter. Lentine leaned against a broken support pillar, a brief task list resting by her hand.
副司令、
Master. Connie walked over and placed a container of purified drinking water aside.
飲んでください。
Except,
いい
No
防護服
thanks.
を脱ぐのが面倒
taking off and putting on this hazmat suit is a hassle.
天気予報が悪いですね。
Weather forecast isn't very ideal.
2時間後に嵐が通りま
The
す。
storm will pass through in 2 hours.
しばらくはここでリ
We'll
バ
have
ー
to stay
ス
in
するしか。
temporary shelter for a while.
それでいい
Doesn't matter.
どうした
What?
ぬるま湯
I've
に
been
浸か
living
り
the
すぎ
good
て
life for a
や
few
わり
days.
だ
You can't handle a little hardship anymore?
いえ、
No, I
ただ
just find
今
this
回の
mission
任
a bit
務
bizarre.
どうも腑に落ちなくて。外の奴ら見る
These
か
guys
ら
outside
不気味
giving
ですね。
goosebumps just looking at them.
それに運んでる荷
They
物の
told us to
中身は
deliver
おろか、
something, but they
目
didn't tell
的
us
地も
what the
大雑
cargo
把に
is or whether
回収とだけ言って、
where our actual destination
詳
is.
細は教え
It
ら
was
れてい
told to
ませ
drop
ん。
it off at some perimeter.
うちは宅配業者じゃないんだ。
What did they take us for? A courier company?
たかが荷物
It was
運び
just having
に
us
これだけ
deliver
重武
things
装
we
をさせるものか
Would we need to be equipped with so much heavy firepower?
つまり
You mean
別の任務
we
もあ
other
ると。
missions later?
黙って働け
Ask less, do more.
やっぱ
I knew it.
りいつも通りの
Guys never
駒
treat
扱
like
いか。
humans.
変えたければ上を目指すしかな
If
い
you want to change the current situation, you have to keep climbing up.
そして少なくとも今は
At least compared
私
to
たち
the
の方が
so-called
第三世
virgin
代人
dolls,
形と
we
やらより
already
立
have a
場
lot
が
of
上
initiative.
だあいつなんか
What
テ
that
レ
washing
ビにも出
machine
て
but
随
she used
分
to
と
show
華
her
々しか
face
った
on
じゃ
TV
な
all
い
the time?
それが今や私
Isn't
た
it
ちの
under
や
our
りなり
jurisdiction
だ
now anyways? Connie glanced at the perimeter patrol route.
巡回、監
Walking
視、
around the area, surveillance
秩序
maintaining
維持
order.
実戦のチャンス
They
は
don't give us a
与え
second
ず
chance for actual combat.
彼女が嫌いですか？
You hear?
私は人形を信用し
I
な
don't
い
trust any doll.
メンタルをリセット
Even
さ
those
れ
who
よ
have
うが
undergone
関係
nerve
ない
cloud wipes are no exception.
では、なぜ手元
Why
に
are you still keeping her?
命令だからだ
Orders.
それにいざという時は
Besides, if we
私たち
encounter
の
a
命を
suicide
犠
mission,
牲
having
に
a
しなくて
scapegoat
もいい
means
だろ
we at least we won't lose our own lives.
それもそうですね。
That's true.
ところで疑問なのですが、
However, actually, if you really can't trust her,
信用できないのなら、すでにあ
why
る
not
第
just
三
replace
世
the
代
neural
人
cloud
形の
with
メ
neural
ンタル
cloud
を
of
使
one
っ
of
た
our
方が
existing
良かっ
third
たので
generals?
は。どうせ強みは素体の方じゃ
Question
ないで
only
すか。
lies in this frame, right?
無理だ
Can't do it.
今あるメンタル
All
は全部
Turkish
素体
dolls
持
in
ち
the
だ
conglomerate right now
こ
have
いつ
their
に
own
入る
frames.
余裕はない
Who would use hers? She paused, seemingly recalling something.
噂によれば
They've seen the track before, though.
かつて連中は
Wanted to use
メ
a
ンタル
copy
を
neural
複製
cloud
し
of
て
that
第
mobile
三世
third
代
gen
人形
dolls
の
exist
数を増やそう
simultaneously.
としたより多くの仕事をこ
That
なす
way
ため
they
に
take on more work.
それで、
The
どうなり
result?
ました？
結果は
The result?
複製メンタルと
The
複
dolls
製
using
元
copy
の
neural
人
cloud and
間
the original neural
どちら
cloud
にも
both
異常が
exhibit
発生した
anomalies.
異常？
Anomalies?
詳細は知らん興味ない
I'm
から
not too sure about the specifics, since I didn't care much.
当時は大ごとになったら
But
しい
it caused
同時
quite
に
a
存在
stir
する
back
メンタ
then.
ルは
I
互いに
heard that 2
影響を
dolls
与え
with
るようだ
identical neural clouds existing at the same time will influence each other.
ガリ弁どもにとっても
When it comes to
人形
dolls,
って
there
のは
are
わから
some
ないこと
technologies
だら
that
けだ
even those people themselves haven't figured out yet.
そんなもの私が
I'd
信
be
用できる
even
わけ
less likely to trust them.
とにかくそれ以降一つのメンタ
Anyway,
ルは
after that, I
原
never
則
heard of
一
an
つの
idea
素体
using
に
one
のみ
neural
対
cloud
応
for
する
two
ようにな
dolls
っ
at the
てい
same
る
time. She tossed the topic aside, her gaze sweeping back towards the red zone.
人形なんて一体だけでも面倒
Even
だ。
just one of these dolls is troublesome enough. The wind blew across the highlands once again, bringing with it a brief sound of whistling sand. Lentine quietly watched the monster still bustling about the perimeter, the sight making her heart pound. On one side is the yellow zone, and on the other is the red zone. And they were standing right they're standing right on this blur boundary.
想定通りの結果ね。後の祝勝会が楽しみだわ。
Let's see if we get anything. Not looking like it.
今が勝機。
Thanks, boy.
次の目標を教えてください。
今が勝機。
Thanks, boy.
これもみんなのおかげだ。
2074, Month X, Date X, Yellow Zone, near the edge of the Red Zone. Sand and gravel swirled in the wind, like scraps of cloth that could be torn apart at any moment. Texans hid herself using the terrain, projecting the recorded footage onto her terminal.
面倒なことになった。
It's troublesome.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
見ろ。
Here. Sexton slightly rotated the terminal screen.
厄介なやつだ。
There's a troublesome guy.
これは
This is... Methy can't help but cover her mouth. On the screen, a familiar figure slowly walks past in the out-of-control queue. Her steps are mechanical and precise, no longer possessing her former elegance! Amidst that ring of needle guards, she's seen completely out of place, yet naturally blends in. Hey, babe. You're looking quite, bloody and bony, but somehow hotter than before. It's Igla. It's not a needle. It's Igla. It's supposed to say Igla. It's a needle. It seems you dealt with her before.
ち
Kukai irritably brushes the dust off her hands.
こいつあんたたちの中で
She's
最強
supposed to
と
the
かほ
strongest
ざい
of
てたけど
Bunkyo.
どう思う？
Do you have anything to say about that?
特に何も。
I'm not gonna say.
客観的な
It's just a fact.
ここにいる全
Even
員
with all of
か
us
かっても
combined, it'd be
彼女
hard
の
to say
相
if
手
we
は
can
務まら
her,
ないだろう。
let alone the other
彼
combat
女の
forces
方
beside
も
her.
他に戦力がいないとは限らない。
私はリビウにいなかったけど、そんなおっかないの？
I wasn't there, Lviv. Is she really that terrifying?
あんた最近ボ
Have
イ
you
マ
been
スティナ
casting
を訓
William
練に付
Bastina
き合わ
to
せて
practice
るん
with
で
you
しょ？
lately?
わかりやすく言うと
To use an example
そ
that
の
you
ボイ
can
マステ
understand,
ィナですら
even if Bastina
相手
gets
に
no
な
match
ら
for
ない
her.
それって
Well,
人形と言える
is
の？
she even a doll?
じゃあどうすれば
What should we do now?
どうもしない彼女との交戦は
We can't
任
do
務に
anything.
ないわ
Our mission wasn't to engage in the combat in the first place.
指揮官に報告して
Report to
援
the
軍を送
situation
っ
to
てもらっ
commander
て
and call for support from the Elmo.
私たちはこのま
As
ま尾
for
行
us, we
すれ
just
ばい
need to
い
keep following them.
甘いな。
You're thinking too simply. Sexton raised her head, looking towards her skyline.
嵐が近づいてる。
The storm's approaching.
道理で
No
頭が
wonder my
痛い
head
わけ
feels
だ
so prickly.
もう試したが、通信は
Already
できる。
tried. The call signal's been lost.
何が起きても
There's no way for us to contact the commander right now.
僕た
If
ち
something
自
unexpected
身
happens, we'll have to rely on ourselves.
ならしょうがないわ
We
ね
have no choice.
撤退なんてざれ言
Hey, you're not gonna say something stupid like falling back, are you?
当然
Of course not.
ここまで来て諦め
We
る
went
道
through
理
so
は
much
ない
trouble
わ
to track them this far. It'd be a huge waste if we give up now. She turned to look at Sakura.
さくら
Here!
トラック先輩と一緒に撤退し
You and
て
Track Senpai withdraw first.
電波が回復した
Once
ら
you're at the Readthrough
エルモ
zone,
号
contact
に
the
援
Elmo
軍
and
を
have
送
the
るよう
commander
連絡
send
して
backup.
案内役はネメシス
Let Nemesis guide the way.
それと
And also,
私がいなければ
and
こ
me.
いつの言ってる
You're
こと
not
がわ
around.
か
You
らない
understand
でし
a
ょ
word Nemesis says when she guides you.
そういうこと
That's about it. Yukai nodded.
指揮官にはできるだけ早く現
You must
状を
report
知
the
らせて
situation here to commander immediately.
イグラの存在も
Be
含
more
めて
clear. Make the fact that Igla is also present very clear.
わかりました
ネメシス
航路灯
Routes.
台
Lighthouse.
なんて
What'd he say?
ちゃんと案内するって
To
さ
lead the way to ensure Sakura doesn't go wrong.
ええ頼んだわ
Contact the commander immediately after you get out.
終わったらその場で待機
Then wait in place for support.
後から追ってきても分
If
か
we
るよう
move,
に
I'll leave marks
痕
along
跡を
the
残
way.
すわ
In case the storm interference lasts too long.
だからこっちの心配は
Don't
無
worry
用
about
よ
us.
分かれ道暗い空気
Bifurcation. Dark
肖
pit.
像
Portrait.
分かったってさ
She said she understands.
皆さんお気をつけ
Then
て
everyone must be careful. Sakura pulls up her scarf a little higher.
電波が回復したらす
I'll
ぐに
convey the
指揮官
situation
に
to
連
commander
絡
as
し
soon
ま
as
す
possible.
あなたに全部かかってるわよ
Good luck. We're also pinning all our hopes on you.
緊張しなくていいよ
Don't be nervous.
これは来るか
Fukai
いなり
just
の
wants to
応
cheer
援
you
な
up.
んだ本当は自分が
Actually,
一番適
she
任だと
definitely
思っ
thinks
て
in
る
her
に
heart that it would
違い
be
な
best
い
if she
よ
could handle it herself.
むやみにプレッシャ
She
ーか
wouldn't
ける
pin
よ
her
うなこ
hopes
と
on
しない
others.
からね
Thanks. .74 Yellow Zone, near the edge of the Red Zone, outside a certain campsite. The wind blew through the gaps of the metal plates, leaving behind a low hoarse howl. Some Manji security soldiers stood guard on the perimeter, like iron thorns rooted in the ruins. The convoy stopped in a depression that barely provided shelter from the wind. Those not on guard duties shuttled back and forth between the vehicles, unloading equipment and supplies and setting up simple windbreaks. Archer stood on a temporarily erected high point, her gaze sweeping towards the horizon.
風の気配だいぶ
The
ま
scent
ず
of
く
the
なっ
wind
て
is
きま
quite
したわ
terrible.
ね
そうですね
Yes, ma'am.
これ以上進むのは危険
Pushing forward in this kind of weather poses a huge risk.
私に指図するおつも
Are
り
you
で
instructing me on how to do my job?
そんな
No,
ただリ
it's
スクを
not
共有
that.
しようと
I just want to remind you.
判断を下すの
When
は
it's time to
私
stop,
です
I will naturally allow you to stop. Her gaze shifted down slightly, looking at the somewhat uneasy human.
嵐が収まってから
We'll continue moving forward after the storm
します
subsides. Thanks, Dylan, for the tip. Drop me a tactical nuke and I'll take her in 2 minutes. I'm thinking that's in terms of Igla? Yeah, good luck with that. Archer looked uninterested, her gaze sliding past a vehicle not far away.
彼女は
Where is she?
彼女ジュノさんのことですか
Does Juno?
外を巡回すると
She
言って
said she was going to patrol the surroundings a bit.
しらじらしい
What a pretender. When Juno left the convoy, she didn't bring any attendants or escorts with her. She didn't need anyone to accompany her. It's simply that she doesn't want to stay under the gaze of those humans for long. No matter how many times Cocoon repeats her origins, doesn't feel the slightest sense of belonging within the conglomerate. She walked along the perimeter of the camp, gradually moving farther away, until the sounds of human voices and the mechanical noise of equipment were slowly covered by the sound of the wind. The wind passed through the crevices of the stubborn rocks, kicking up gravel that battered her face. The air here is just as filthy as inside the conglomerate, yet Juno doesn't feel any disgust. She moves slowly through the wasteland. With each step she takes, a small piece deep within her mind loosens. Those fragments don't obey her, as if pulled by some invisible tide, occasionally surfacing, only to be pushed back down again.
私は誰?
Who am I? He has repeated this question too many times, to the point where it has almost lost its flavor as language. But on her lips, it remains sharp.
Cross.
She softly spoke that name.
Cross.
She doesn't understand the meaning of this name. It's not a word recorded in any files either. That's a sound of people calling out again and again. In those voices, there is helplessness, relief, trust, and reliance. And there is something she hasn't felt in a very long time. Static in the wind interrupted her thoughts. She stopped and looked into the distance. Above the swirling dust, a thin gray line gradually became distinct. The engine noise wasn't very clean, but through the windshield she saw familiar faces. Familiar? Right? Sakura gripped the steering wheel tightly. The visibility ahead was blurred by the sandstorm, forcing her to turn the headlights to maximum brightness. Is it really okay this way? By nature, minute tissue.
大丈夫だって
She says just follow where she points.
でもこの
But the terrain over here is...
私たちも一緒だから
Don't worry,
安心
we're in
し
a
て
car too.
それに
And 404 is still waiting for us.
404が待ってるネメシスは
This just wouldn't mess
完
around
全
when
な
it comes
時
to
にふざ
important
けたり
matters.
なんかしない
その通りです。私ですら慌ててないのに。
Exactly.
何の
That
心
didn't
配
say
ですか
anything. What are you so afraid of?
前から気になってたんだけどよく
I've been
喋
meaning
る
to say this for a
車
while now, but your car sure talks a lot.
あなたと私の違い
The only
は
difference between you and
人
me
型
is
に
that
近
you
い
look
か
more
否かの
human,
みで
this
す。
rabbit.
うさぎさん。
物は言いようね
Say whatever you
と
want.
にかく
Just hold on a little
もうしば
longer.
らくの辛抱よ電波が回復したら
Once we're out of
起きた
interference
ことを
zone,
指揮官に報告でき
communications
る
will
わ
clear up, and then we'll just need to report this over to the commander.
分かっていますが
I know,
やっぱり
I'm just
緊
a
張しちゃい
little
ます
nervous.
アケロンを泳ぐ
Acheron. Roaming.
緊張することないでしょほら
What was I nervous about?
すぐ作って
Here,
って
she
言
says
って
we're
るし
almost there.
本当ですかよか
Really? That's great!
伏せて
Get down! Oh, sorry. Get down. Just when the three were completely unaware, even relaxing as they were about to reach their destination. Next second, suddenly, an immense force from the side suddenly struck close with almost no warning. Not even leaving them time to react, the entire truck was instantly knocked flying by the immense force and flipped over to its side. The truck body tumbled in midair, the people and items inside colliding with each other under the effect of gravity, making clattering and clinking noises. Sakura's consciousness blinked out several times during the shaking. In her eyes, the world turned into a mess of lines and color blocks. Finally, the truck crashed heavily to the ground. But she just punted that thing. She She didn't know how long it took before she could distinguish up, down, left, and right again. The seatbelt dug into her chest, making it ache. She struggled to unfasten the buckle and crawl out of the deformed driver's seat. Truck Senpai didn't respond, only the hissing sound of electric current could be heard. Sakura, over here! Truck's voice came from the other side. Sakura stroked the dashboard, fighting back tears, and stumbled out through the broken car door. Damn it! Scarlet leaned against the overturned vehicle body. With a sense of aberrations all over her, her synthetic skin could barely conceal those delicate mechanical structures. Her dying hand was the most severely damaged, with electric sparks flashing wildly beneath the protective layer of the joints. Nemesis stood not far from them. Her posture was stable, although she was also covered in scratches. She could still move freely. Who in the world? You saw it. Standing in front of them was that shadow, like a fierce deity. Juno stood silently among the gravel. In the sunlight, her entire body radiated a cold, hard sheen. It's that one. She gritted her teeth, staring fixedly ahead. She looked at the three in front of her. She didn't actually know why, but when she noticed them, she instinctively chose to act. It was as if something had stirred in her mind. By those chaotic, constantly clamoring creatures in her body, or by their figures, one's a swordswoman with gravel steel in her hands, her eyes full of vigilance. One was a tiny driver whose hands hadn't fully left their steering wheel, gripping posture. And another, a sniper standing perfectly straight with a calm expression and words that were always fragmented. It seemed like she hadn't seen them before, but it also felt like she had. She couldn't be sure, but strangely enough, she didn't feel the slightest bit unfamiliar with them. Captain, we agreed you practice with me today too, so don't forget. Little grass, brains, and leaves. This is the third time this week already? This isn't that frequent. I'm talking nonsense. Alright. I'll go after I finish what I'm doing. She heard her own voice. After training, let's go prepare dinner for the commander. Together. Maylin just happened to buy a lot of fresh vegetables. The images surfaced frame by frame, like old photographs being dragged up from a deep well. She saw herself standing in front of them, not like now, but more intimate, more harmonious, more... She saw them talking. She saw them smiling together. She saw Rosa. Repeats softly. Don't stand there! Sakura! Nemesis! Rola grits her teeth, standing up with one hand resting against the vehicle body, while the other already grips the hilt of her blade. This one's an enemy! But she seems to be spacing out? That's just perfect! But suddenly draws her blade, and in the next instant, her figure has already dashed out. Gravel scattered beneath her feet as the sharp blade sliced through the air, aimed straight at the side of Juno's neck. Juno didn't realize close attack immediately. Perhaps because her excavation of herself has seen too deep recently, So upon seeing these faces, the searching data made her temporarily lose the ability to think. So at that moment, her body was faster than her thoughts. The sound of metal clashing against metal exploded in the wilderness. And she blocked Krolik's desperate strike using only one hand. The difference in power is mercilessly demonstrated at this moment. Juno grips the blade, twists her wrist, and the blade immediately emits a cracking sound, unable to bear the load. And arms with the same power, she has 3 more. Krolik's body was smashed and sent flying backwards. She landed on the sandy ground, but only her upper half remained intact. Both her legs were tightly gripped in Juno's arms, hanging limply at this moment. Whew! Rough. Juno seemed to only just come to her senses, likely letting go of her hands and tossing Krolik's legs onto the ground like trash. This all happened in an instant. Sakura and Nemesis didn't even have time to fire a bullet. And this scene also severs Sakura's courage to pull the trigger. Sakura's screams pierced her eardrums. Her mind, with the fragments she had just pieced together, was torn apart again, colliding against itself. The creatures that dwelled within her chest tightened sharply, stirred by her emotions, as if they were trying to drag her entire mind into some bottomless whirlpool. Hey, I am... Grow. She clutches her chest. No. No. I am... Doesn't know who she's refuting or whose approval she's seeking. Is it the doll in front of her? Or was it aimed at those disastrous fragments surging up from the bottom level? Krolik's angry curses were torn to pieces. Sakura's panic and sobbing mixed together. All the sounds intertwined and sat together, turning into a piercing noise. Enough. I said, enough! A furious roar exploded across the wilderness. The parasitic creatures moved in response to her voice. Black patterns flowed and quivered along her limbs, as if attempting to break through all restraints. Nemesis appeared beside Sakura. Nemesis? Portrait, mirror, spin, fly over. What? Sakura didn't understand the meaning of Nemesis' words, but when they reached Krolik's ears, her expression changed rapidly in an instant. You gotta be kidding! Don't think about it! What's the point of you staying behind alone? Besides, running away and leaving you behind? What kind of person do you take me for? You can't run right now, Krolik. Shadow. Drown. Nemesis didn't respond to Krolik, but instead turned her head to look at Sakura. You mean I should leave with Miss Krolik first? Nemesis nodded, placing her hand on Sakura's shoulder. Sakura appeared somewhat hesitant, her gaze stealing glances at Juno from not far away. And after that roar, Juno did not continue to act frantically, nor did she show any signs of launching an attack. She simply looked at the 3 of them like this, her gaze filled with anger, hatred, pain, and other terrifying things. But she didn't do anything. It was as if she was waiting. Her hands are still shaking. Krolik, I'm sorry. I'm not leaving! Don't you dare say sorry! Don't touch me! I'm not leaving! I do not abandon you! Let me go! Nemesis, you fucking bastard! It's been a while since he threw an F-bomb out there. Sakura practically dragged Krolik, half carrying and half lifting her, towards the truck's cab. Nemesis' gaze never left Juno. Juno's breathing grew heavy, as if Krolik had really caused her some harm just now. The red light in her eyes flickered amidst the black patterns. Nemesis could feel her immense anger. It wasn't anger in the usual sense, but a breakdown stretched to its absolute limit, stemming from an abnormal, uncontrollable physiological instinct clashing with what little fragile sanity she had left. She saw Sakura dragging Krolik away, and heard the engine being barely reignited. Juno didn't give chase. She looked at Nemesis, looked at Nemesis' gaze, looked at her own face reflected in Nemesis' eyes. At this moment, all her attention was occupied by the doll in front of her. Nemesis. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Her voice was low and hoarse. What exactly am I? Nemesis slightly turned her body sideways and lowered her center of gravity. She didn't answer. She merely raised the weapon and pulled the trigger. In that instant, as the screeches of those creatures suddenly surged like boiling water, something in Juno's neural clouds completely snapped. Look at me! She lunged forward. And she didn't run. I don't know how much time passed before the sound of rough boot soles crunching on gravel reached me.
Darcher-san! こっちです!
This Darcher over here! She slowly approaches along those chaotic footprints and explosion marks. What a good show! She sees the metal debris strewn everywhere, and limbs that once belonged to a doll. Finally, she sees Juno standing in the center of the battlefield. Who provoked you to make you so angry? Juno didn't answer. She just stared blankly at a shattered head before her, which was still sparking with electricity. Archer's gaze followed downward. I see. She slowly approached, stepping around to Nemesis' head. Isn't this the doll that's always by the commander's side? I thought they were all in Makosh. The corners of her mouth curved into a slight smile. Well done. For it to be executed by your own hands is truly full of a sense of ritual. Archer crouched down and reached out to fiddle with Nemesis' now lusterless head. Unfortunately, if you dismantle one of these dolls, another new one will show up the next time you encounter them. She clicked her tongue as if losing interest, and stood up again. Then she raised her foot. The damaged head had emitted a crisp, cracking sound under her boots. The remaining faint glimmer of light was completely snuffed out. The crisp sound seemed to tug at Juno's heart. The light returned to her eyes. First, she stared blankly at the crushed head, and then her gaze shifted to Darcher. At this moment, Darcher had her back to Juno, completely oblivious to what was about to happen.
ここにこの人形が現れたということ
Since she appeared here,
は近くにまだ誰
might
か
be
いる
others
ので
nearby.
しょうあなたたちこの件を報
You
告
guys,
した後
report this
立ち
incident
を派遣
upwards.
して捜索して
Send
くだ
out
さ
2
い
detachments to search their city again. Oh! Oh! As Doctor's issues orders casually, she suddenly notices that the minor security soldier in the front seemed terrified. What's he afraid of? What's he looking at? Behind her? She turned her head.
あなた
Shoot! The moment a single syllable left her lips, Juno's hand had already clamped over her face. All 4 hands. This sound was even more abrupt and muffled than when she crushed Nemesis' head earlier. The parasol doctor's hand fell to the ground. The headless body swayed under the effects of inertia, then collapsed limply. Ah! Fire! She didn't have time to finish shouting. Juno's had already raised her head. In just a few breaths, gunshots rang sporadically across the wilderness, and then quickly fell silent again. When the last human soldier fell, the sound of the wind once again reclaimed this land. Juno stood in place. Her chest heaved violently. Before her eyes was Doctor's fallen body. At her neck, a creature homologous to the restless existence within Juno's chest was slowly growing. At her feet were the shattered remains of Nemesis. The crushed skull was completely unrecognizable. Her eyes, the pair that had once provoked Juno into a rampage, could now no longer reflect Juno's face. She didn't look at any direction again. The next second, she turned and plunged into the deeper sandstorm of the wasteland. That creature entranced within her body let out a low roar in her chest. She is going to search. Her neural clouds a tangled mess. She is going to search. Find Makosh, find a commander, find more people who can explain her agitation, unease, and memories. She is going to search. Find Groza. Looking for her. Head up with the chair. And this is definitely dead. She should have a backup in the Elmo, but she's not dead. Mako City sometimes leaves the impression of being a block of grayish-yellow paint. Today, however, there was some rare flashes of color. In the newly renovated training ground, also rows of Oath Guards recruits formed a phalanx. Their uniform colors were uneven, and even the weapons in their hands were mismatched, yet each was polished to a spotless shine. Compared to my T-dolls, their stance seemed somewhat awkward, but everyone was forcing their backs to remain perfectly straight. Everyone, mind your breathing. Rosa raised her hand, signaling them to relax a bit. When inhaling, pay attention to controlling the height of your shoulders. Shift your center of gravity to the balls of your feet. Tuck in your elbows, and then raise your gun. You need to learn to get used to it. It is your partner, brother, family, and wife. They say this in national military too. From now on, I'll be following you for many years. Group 1, suppressive fire. Group 2, prepare to take over. Her voice isn't loud, but it's steady enough to quiet down the noisy training ground. The protectors initially seemed to be a bit doubtful about having a doll train them. Fortunately, they trust Mina that they didn't show much resistance. Crucially, the strength and professionalism displayed by Groza quickly dispelled everyone's doubts. It actually looks pretty legitimate. Vasil, standing by and observing, sighs softly. Not that Mike is too powerful, but an army that truly protects the people of Makosh. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to have such wishful thinking even in my dreams. Shouldn't you be happy then? Yeah. Because now I also have to handle accounting. How much do these people need to eat, how much they need to wear, and how many battles we have to fight next? These are all things to consider. I understand. You only realize how troublesome these things are when you're the one running the house. But at least there's some good news. You know what? Just a thought. What if they were all wielding the Groza, and that's why she said, "I'll be with you for many years." Oh, Pokey, it's not heavy implied anymore. It's confirmed. They said so on their live stream, I want to say. And also they did again for the doll description. And also Greenwood was paying attention. I looked at the Oath Guard in front of me and smiled softly. Yeah, I'm making rapid progress. For now, it can at least be considered barely passing. Still only barely passing? They heard you say that, someone would probably cry. That's what it's like to train human soldiers. The cost is high and takes a long time. But we can't completely replace humans with dolls either. So it can't be helped. If you want to shake off the barely passing evaluation, just passing information won't cut it. So next we'll proceed to the next step. I signal Groza from a distance. Receiving my instruction, she nodded and waved towards the other end of the training ground. The Monsoon Squad and several dolls from the Elmo quickly scattered, bringing up marking rounds, non-lethal ammo, and temporarily set targets. Next up is simulated combat drill. I raise my voice to everyone. You will engage in a battle with our dolls on real terrain, and you will fucking die. But your opponents will not excuse your mistakes. Nor will they stop to wait for you to reload. Bring some militia recruits for completely silence. Don't worry. We're not going to take you all down today. But there is one thing. I raise my hand, gesturing for them to look at the edge of the training ground, the parked truck, and the row of temporarily pitched tents in the distance. Makosh is behind you. It's your home, your family, the things you fought so hard to protect. On the real battlefield, every mistake you make could lead to the destruction of this entire area. So from now on, even if it's just a drill, you must treat it as though people will truly fall because of you. Rosa walks to the front of the formation, scanning the faces still covered in dust. Next, you'll be divided into several groups according to the commander's plan. Defense, push, recon, and reserves. Each will be responsible for different tasks. Memorize this experience well. No one will laugh at you for falling, as long as you remember not to fall in the same place next time. Wow, if we recorded this speech and put it on the promo video, it would definitely be super touching. I was completely ruined the moment you interrupted, Kofi. I looked back at Groza for a moment. Her expression was as calm as ever, only her gaze paused slightly in a certain direction for an instant, then quickly recovered. All units, attention! The drill begins. Anyways, hello. This is Void Mastina. Good luck. They have shields. Got to get to play the game. That's my wife. Good effort, guys. You made it past turn 0. Fantastic. Half of Makosa's protectors, who had just gone through a full round of drills, were lying on the ground panting, while the other half stood supporting themselves on their knees, complex expressions on their faces. They lost completely, yet no one uttered a word of complaint.
Yes.
Basil clapped his hands. At the very least, I can see now that these guys are really getting closer to becoming soldiers. Getting beaten up was worth it. You're welcome. Let us know anytime you want to get beaten up. That's all for today. We'll save the rest for later, after the muscle memory digests this. Alright, let's dismiss for today and let them go grab a couple of drinks and put on airs boasting. Basil turned and walked towards the group of recruits who were still gasping for air, dismissing them to rest. After a messy but smiling chorus of replies, the training ground gradually quieted down. Only a few of us were left on the sidelines sorting out the equipment. I'm exhausted. Never thought we'd actually do this kind of work one day. It seems it really is the first time. What kind of king should we call ourselves this time? The military training king of the Elmo? Doesn't to be the king of everything. While Kofi and the others were being noisy, I noticed that Groza was still standing a bit further away. She looked at the messy footprints trampled all over the training ground, her gaze clearly drifting quite far away. I wasn't the only one who noticed Groza's anomaly. Captain, what's wrong? Why are you zoning out? Could it be you're super tired from teaching recruits who are dumb as pigs all day? Though some people are working very hard, you shouldn't make fun of them like that. Groza turns around, faces Kalina, and shakes her head. She still looks rather listless. Is Captain tired? No. Groza seemed to have only just suddenly realized that she was surrounded by us.
Groza.
No need to be so nervous. We just saw you spacing out a bit, so you're a little worried. If you have any troubles, don't bother them up. Talk to us. Might make you feel better. Yeah! I want to be able to help much, but the captain's business is our business. Don't be shy with us. She slightly lowered her head. Nothing special, it's just that seeing these people train, I can't help but wonder, was it the same back at Griffin? It's like it has some similar interest in my neural cloud, but at the same time I don't. Unlike dolls, everything humans experience leaves a mark on them. Even if decades pass and they can no longer remember what happened today, these traces remain a part of what makes them who they are. But dolls are easily replaced, so if they lose their memories... She shook her head. In a sense, that modified doll was very similar to me, and is highly likely using my frame. Isn't much different from me. I was about to say something, but Kolfing's somewhat excited voice beat me to it. Of course it's not the same. Captain's always getting tangled up in these complicated things. But the way I see it, only one thing truly matters. Kolfing raised a finger. To us, Captain Groza stepped before us. Right now, it's the same Captain Groza who has walked with us all the way. I don't know what Griffin's dolls think, but even if Captain Groza forgets me one day, I won't forget her. Right. Meiling also nodded. I don't know what you were like back during the Griffin days, but you watched me grow up. I know what the captain who spends every day with me is like. I remember every word we said when we were together. I know that the current Captain Groza is my favorite captain. Yeah, and the captain keeps sighing over this kind of thing. Commander's gonna plug your mouth with tomatoes! Sure thing, Kolfing. When that gets such a weird hobby. She looked at the faces in front of her, deliberately pretending to be relaxed, and her mouth twitched slightly. Thank you. Her voice was quiet but clear enough. I remember. I'm getting goosebumps. It's touching but too sappy. Looks like it's time for me to head to a meeting with Facile. I'll take a rest too. It's about time we head back to the Elmo. Let's see if there's anything we need to bring back this time. Alright, I'll tie it up to the training ground first, then go check. Let's not go see the injured. Let's hope there are no non-combat casualties at a critical time like this. The few of them leave the training grounds while chatting and laughing. Soon, Groza was left alone on the training ground again. The wind lightened up a bit, and the dust was no longer as blinding. Groza stood quietly in place, her gaze slowly moving along the path the recruits had just charged. For a moment, the training ground changed colors before her. The colorful marks left by the marker bullets faded, replaced by scorched walls and scorched earth from explosions. The flags of Makosh faded into nameless rags. The shadows of those panting reservists from earlier overlapped with the silhouette of a battlefield that had long been washed clean. She holds her forehead. In another place, inside another frame, someone is running like mad. A floor coated in interstitial fluid, fragmented metal limbs, and the husk of a doll that has lost its head. Those are not memories she experienced herself. Yet it wasn't a completely unfamiliar scene. Who exactly are you? She asked in her heart. But there is no echo. There is only that shredded mass of images swirling in her head. She slowly adjusted her breathing, pushing those fragments of unknown origin back down deeper little by little. She could feel the intense aggressiveness carried by the source of those fragments, that larger neural cloud. It wants to merge with me. Is it you? She already had a guess in her heart, or rather, a certain kind of answer.
私は
She remembered the frame she had lost. It wasn't the first time she had lost something, but it was the first time the past had caught up and knocked her on her door. She had let the commander down, let down everyone's trust. She didn't dare tell them about this. If everything is as he really expects, then that mysterious doll who attacked Kalina is really connected to her.
私だけで解決できる
Can you handle this? She didn't say these words to anyone.
失った部分さえ取り戻
As
せ
long
ば
as I make up for the missing parts, it can be solved. The wind swept across the training ground, blowing away the footprints on the ground. Those shadows are still tangling with her deep within her neural cloud, trying to get closer. She closed her eyes, pressed them all inside the box, then locked it with a key. Until the moment she truly had to face it arrived.
予想より早く終わりましたね。
Her heart was beating very fast. In the past, such words were more like a figurative description to her. But now she could truly feel that excitement. He's right there. Oh, sorry. He is right here. She is here too. She could feel the existence of herself. I can't disappear in front of the commander like this. She doesn't want the commander to see her like this, and for sure, it would scare him. That faint connection is becoming stronger and stronger as the distance closes. She must definitely feel the same way. Ah, that's right. They should converge like two endlessly rushing rivers. Makosha at night was illuminated layer by layer with lights. The signs and neon lights on both sides of the main road light up one after another, as if someone is outlining its silhouette bit by bit in the air, allowing the settlement, which once barely survived under absolute power, to awaken like a real city.
指揮官、巡回ルートの確認を終えたわ。
The patrol route has been confirmed, Commander.
主だったポイントに異常
No
な
anomalies
し、
were found at the main
人の
security
出入りも普
checkpoints,
通よ。
and the foot traffic is within the expected range.
ああ、お疲れ様。
Thanks for your hard work.
ついでだし、もうちょっ
Since
と
we're
見て
already
いくか。
out here, let's take a better look around while we're at it. In Makoshi's days, we're considered quite the celebrities, so even for a night out like this, we had to change into plain clothes and wear disguise. He walked and talked, his pace unhurried. Whenever he looked, it was as if the dust was quietly wiped away. The road surface was repaired, the street lights were rewired, and the fences and awnings on the temporary stalls also looked simple and clean. Compared to our first visit in Makosh, this place already had the shape of what could be called life.
初めて来た時は、どっちの意味で
I still
も
remember
息
the
苦
first
しか
time
っ
we
たけ
came
ど、
here. It's a bit suffocating.
今は
For now, with his hand signaling the Oath Guard patrolling the distance to not to salute. The commander has never been used to being treated as a superior. He always had this feeling, as if he instinctively feels he's unworthy of such respect. If this is true, then I want to tell him that this would be a huge mistake on his part.
散歩ができるくらいの余裕がある。
Finally safe to take a peaceful stroll now.
バシルはよくやってるよ。
Also did very well.
彼自身が
He's
想
much
像
more
している以
beloved
上
than
に。
he thinks he is.
みんな ずっと頑張っていた
We've always been working hard. I followed the commander's gaze. Residents carrying shopping baskets in front of stalls, parents walking hand in hand with their children, night shifts workers hurrying along, holding fast food boxes. Must have seen similar scenes somewhere before, but none felt as vivid as this moment. It's been a long time since I felt this relaxed. I've also forgotten when was the last time I took such a leisurely stroll on some street with a commander. I should have been more focused on this moment. But at this for a moment, my mind suddenly wandered for a split second. No. It wasn't a wandering mind. I was drawn in by something else. My field of vision suddenly narrowed. Those peaceful sounds and scenes full of everyday life were obscured by blurry images at this moment. I felt as if I were in a massive void, abandoned by the world, swallowed by loneliness, and washed by infinite nothingness until I forgot everything. I've never had such a strong feeling before.
グローザン。どうしたんだ？
What's the matter with you? Without realizing it, the commander had already pulled 4 or 5 steps ahead of me. He knows my abnormality, a look of worry on his face. I'm always making him worry.
ごめんなさい。
I lowered my head to show my apology.
その
I suddenly remember it has something to
思い
do.
出したわ。
I might have to leave for a bit. The commander's expression was a bit strange. Ah, of course he would find it strange. My behavior was so abnormal I couldn't even think of a better excuse. However, I didn't feel nervous. Because I knew the commander is a very gentle person.
わかった。先に帰るよ。
Alright. I understand. Then I'll head back first. Head back by myself first.
あんまり遅くならないようにな。
Don't stay up too late. He won't even press for details. Unlike those who are superficial, the commander's respect, understanding, and gentleness towards us come from the bottom of his heart and are evident in every detail of our interactions. I still looked at a loss, but the commander said nothing. He simply smiled gently, patted my shoulder as usual, then turned around and left alone. My heart suddenly ached. I don't want to deceive the commander. I don't want to hide anything from the commander. I don't want to hurt him.
指揮官。
I muttered to myself, then turned my head in the completely opposite direction of the commander, following an eerie pull that felt as if it had been choking my neck from the start. I looked deep into the bustling crowd. I saw a blurry silhouette. It was her. She is calling me. The hem of her cloak sways slightly as she is pushed by the crowd. She doesn't deliberately approach, making no movement, saying no words. She simply stands there. I blinked my eyes, and the silhouette vanished without a trace, like a phantom. This is an invitation for me. I pushed through the crowd and advanced along that pole. The noisy street scene gradually fades from my ears, and I return to that void once more, left only with the sound of my own footsteps, and a faint call within my neural cloud that reaches straight to my soul. With every step I take, I draw closer to the answer. Closer to an answer that has tormented me countless times over the past period of time. Shatter connection. A desolate waste incineration plant stands beyond the city lights. This is one of the energy sources of the coast. as well as the main destination for its municipal waste. With its underground city deep in the Yellow Zone, such infrastructure is the foundation of its existence. The guard soldiers fell at the entrance. They were still breathing and not in any life-threatening danger. The factory sign swayed in the night wind. The locked main gate had been pried open slightly on the outside, like an iron beast with its mouth wide open in a silent grin. Okay, I don't like the voice anymore. Groza pushed the door open, the iron door grinding with a low, hoarse sound that echoed through the empty factory area. The air was filled with the smell of burnt garbage mixed with rust and dust.
私を
I'm here. In the spacious hall at the center of the factory, a figure stood on a raised platform. Rosa felt her heart pounding violently. She had no heart, yet she could almost sense the presence of this organ. At this distance, in this face-to-face situation, she felt the sense of reality more vividly than ever before. She realized she wasn't as nervous as she imagined. Juno pulled back her cloak, revealing a face identical to Groza's. Groza felt somewhat weird. Juno also felt odd. This had nothing to do with their identities, combat power, or anything else. Simply the fact of facing oneself was intensely provoking each of them.
私はずっと
I've always been able to
あなたを感じてた
feel your presence.
思ったより
You came faster
早く来たわ
than
ね
I imagined.
来ると
I know.
思ってた
You would definitely come.
遅かれ早かれ
It's only a matter of time. It was as if they were the same person. They are the same person. After a brief silence, Groza stepped towards the bottom of the platform.
あなたは前になくした
You're the
私
frame I
の
lost,
素体
right?
完全に破壊さ
I
れたと
thought
思
I
っ
was
たけど
already completely destroyed.
財団が私を回収し
The
て
conglomerate recovered my frame
改造
and
した
modified me
リモールディングパターンを使っていたから
because I used the remoting pattern at the time. You were curious about it.
あるいは
Or
私が IOP
because I came from
製だか
IOP.
らそれとも
Or
私
perhaps
に残された
it's because I
保
bear
安
the
局
mark
の
of
足跡
state
ね
sex.
とにかく私に利
In
用
any
価値が
case,
あ
they
ったの
believe
は
there is
確
something
か
to be gained from me. Juno slowly unties the corner of the front of her cloak. The sound of clothes slipping off was extremely faint, but it made Groza's fingertips tighten slightly.
奴らはあなたを改造しメンタルを書き換
They modified
え
you,
偽りの記憶を植え付
tampered
け
with
た
your neural cloud, fabricated your memories, just like
保安局がしたように
what Deceitful did to me.
でも私のメンタ
But
ル
my
は
neural cloud cannot
そんな複雑
withstand
な
such
介入を
complex
受け付けない
external interference.
保安局の仕込んだバックドア
Stacy
を
let
取
the
り
back
除か
door
れ
in
た
me.
ことで
When they
封
removed the
じら
back
れて
door,
いた記憶が
it
蘇
caused its
り
own memories to resurface.
それが逆に
It ended up
財
overriding
団
their
によ
rewrite
る書き換
instead.
えを打ち消した記憶が蘇った
Recovered your
グリ
memories?
フィン時代のことも
Including the ones you from the time at Griffin?
ええ
That's right.
私たちにとっては
This is a
い
good
いこ
thing
と
for
だ
us.
失われた部分を
I've
取
recovered
り
the
戻
part
した
we
のだ
lost.
からあとは
So,
あとは再
so
び
we just
一
need
つ
to
になれ
merge
ば
back
いい
into one.
あなたはあの
You need
戦
my
いの後の
memories from after that battle.
あなたはグリフィ
And
ン
you
時
can
代
also
の
get
記
back
憶
the
と
lost memories of Griffin,
あの戦い
as
の
well
後の
as the
財
intel
団の
information
情
I
報
gathered through my time at the conglomerate. Groza fell silent. There isn't any problem with this. The self before her eyes was herself, and the self standing before her was also herself. They should merge into one. They should become the one and only Groza. She should be like this. After a brief silence, Groza raised her hand. Juno followed suit and leaped down from above, landing with a light and practiced posture. Standing at this distance, Groza felt her own neural cloud becoming increasingly active. They stood before each other, close enough to hear the faint voices in each other's neural clouds.
何をためらっているの？
What were you hesitating for?
別に。
Nothing.
誰の素体を使うの？
Whose frame is going to use?
私の。
Mine.
この素体には
This frame possesses the
第
power
三
to
世
live
代
with
人
third
形
generation
の
doll,
力がある。今の指揮官にとって
which is extremely valuable to the
必
current
要な
commander.
力よ。
Rosa took a deep breath. It's fine, she's just setting things right. We'll merge into one within this more powerful vessel before us. She can serve as a backup vessel, brought back to the Elmo, and perhaps activated in the next incident. No problem at all. There are absolutely no problems.
初めて。
Let's begin.
ええ。
Alright. They reached out at the same time, pressing their palms together. The link request is established in an instant. Two neural clouds that should have been from the same source opened their interfaces to each other. Data flows beginning to surge along the contact surface. Combat logs, training journals, routine patrols aboard the Elmo. The sound of chopping vegetables in the kitchen. The static in the comm channel during combat. The commander's voice. The calls of comrades. The orders from the conglomerates. These are their memories. Fragments layering and blending, attempting to weave together a more complete timeline. Rosa's hands were trembling slightly. She felt as if her sense of self was slowly slipping away. The self before her was herself. And what about her? In a moment of hesitation, as if in response, a sudden mutation occurred. The massive impact pushed the two completely apart. Rosa staggered back a few steps before barely steadying herself. Juno landed on one knee, her fingertips dragging a shallow scratch across the ground.
失敗した。
It failed? Was it possible?
私たちのメンタルは
Why?
完
Our
全に
neural
同
clouds,
一
they
の
should
は
be
ずな
exactly
の
the same. Rosa looked at her own hands, which had been trembling uncontrollably just a moment ago, but had now surprisingly calmed down. She didn't even realize herself, but at this moment she actually felt a sense of relief.
私が改造されたからメンタルを
Is
書
it because
き
of
換え
been
られたから
modified? The reason my neural cloud was tampered with?
だとしても
But even so, the same neural cloud shouldn't have
排斥反応が起
shouldn't
こ
have
るなんて
rejection reaction.
待って
Wait,
これは
it's the Boojum. What?
ブージャム細胞
The Boojum cells.
あなたが受けた改造は普通じゃ
What
ない
you underwent was no ordinary
今のあな
modification.
たは
You are now a
第三
third
世代
gen
人
doll.
形体内には
Inside your body are
ブージャ
Boojum
ム細胞が
cells.
ブージャムそん
You
な
said Boojum? How's that possible? Juno suddenly realized something. Those entities entrenched within her body, restlessly stirring with the fluctuations of her emotions, as if they were truly alive. Those existences that had already merged with her.
本当よ
It's true.
私たちは最近
Just absorbed a
財
third
団の
generation
第
doll
三
from
世
a
代人
conglomerate.
形を
A
回収
doll
した
just like Darcher.
ダーチュアみたいなね調べた結果第三世代人形の体内には
Upon
ブージャ
investigation,
ム細
we
胞
found
が
that
ある
Boojum
ことが
cells
分かっ
exist
たわ
inside all third gen
ネイ
dolls.
トに近い存
They
在
use a completely different technology from ours.
根本的な作りか
One
らして
that is
違
more
う
similar to the Nito.
どうやら
It seems they
メンタルに
cause
不
an
可逆な
irreversible
影響を
effect on
与え
their
るようね
cloud.
私が
You're
ネイト。
saying I'm a Nito?
ネイトに近い。
Just similar.
ルー
Which
ザの
themselves are
最後
truly
は
alive.
生きている。それはあなたの一部となり、
It's a part of
メ
you,
ンタルとも強く
and it's
結び
highly
ついて
bound
い
to
る。
your neural cloud.
セクスタンスによれば、
According to Sextants, they can
ルーザの
use the
細胞を
activity
活
of
性化
Butcher
さ
cells to
せ
strengthen
て、
their
伝染
electronic
能力
warfare
を強化す
capabilities
ることも
to
可
a certain
能。
extent.
だから、私たちは融合できない。
We can't merge,
あなたはもう
because you've already been transformed
全く
into a
違う存
completely
在
different
になってし
existence.
まった。
She silently clenched her fingers, making her tone steadied again.
私と一緒にエルモ号に帰り
Come
ま
back
し
to
ょう。
Elmo with me.
融合はできないけど、
Even if you can't merge with me, everyone in Elmo won't
あ
refuse
な
to
たを受
accept
け入
you.
れてくれる。指揮官もきっと歓迎すれ
Commander
ば。
will definitely welcome you.
あの人が。
Will he?
ええ、
Of course he
あなた
will.
もどういう
You
人
should
か
know
よく
that.
知っているでしょう。
That's Commander.
私たちがずっとつい
It's
て
the
きた
commander
指
we've
揮
always
官。
followed. At that moment, the expression on Juno's face became hard to describe. Like a soft spot she had touched. Yet, also like something sharp had gently scraped across it.
そうね、
You're absolutely right.
知っているはずなの
Of
に。
course I should know.
あの人は
He really is
そ
a
う
kind
い
of
う人
person.
よ。むしろ
And
私の方が
I know
よく
even
知っ
more
て
than
い
you
る
do.
わ。もっと
A lot more. She raised her head, her gaze meeting Grosso's once again.
でも問題は
So the question is,
帰る方法ね。
how do I go back? Huh? That second actually preceded words. Jin's figure suddenly vanished, replaced by an almost untraceable afterimage. Rosa's perception instantly sounded an alarm, where her body couldn't react in time. The knee had struck. Before she could even figure out what was going on, she was knocked to the ground by a heavy blow. You... Why?
どうして？どうして？
Why?
だって
Because
私が
I am
グローザだ
Groza. She walked step by step towards Groza, her tone almost chillingly calm.
私はグリフィン。
I am the Groza
そ
at
してエルモ
Griffin,
号でも
on the Elmo,
指揮官
and by
の
the
支えを
commander's
した
side.
グローザ。あなたもそうだと
You,
いうことは
I
認める。
admit, you are
で
too,
も所詮はバ
but
ック
merely a replica loaded with
Copy
one of the
すぎない。
backups.
私たちの違い
Between
は
us,
数ヶ
there's
月
only
分
a
の
memory
記
gap
憶
of a
しか
few
ない。
months.
でも
However,
私はもっ
I
と
also
昔
covered
の記憶
earlier
まで蘇ら
memories.
せた。あなたが失
those
ってい
missing
た
parts
部
of
分。
yours that were
その
swallowed
もの。
up.
そういう意味で
In
は
that sense,
私の方が
I am more qualified
Yuri
than you
Groza
to call myself Groza.
まさか
So,
あなた
you're going to...
コピーとして
I will not return to the Elmo as a mere replica. She leaned down, grabbed Groza by the collar, and lifted her effortlessly. The power gap brought about by their experience and modifications was fully exposed at this moment. Groza's struggles appeared both powerless and somewhat ridiculous.
恨みはないわ。ましてや
This isn't a personal grudge, or rather, I can't exactly have a grudge against myself.
でも
It's just that there's no need for two Grozas to exist. Stop!
あなたさえいなくなれば
As long as you
全て元通
disappear,
りになる。
everything will return to normal.
指揮官にとってもいいこ
For
と。
Commander, this is
私
also
の
a
方
good
が
thing.
使えるから。
At the very least, I'll be more useful.
グローザはより一層
Groza will
活
be more
躍する
useful. As her voice faded, she hoisted Groza onto her shoulder and turned to look at the still operating incinerator. Going to throw her in the fucking incinerator. It's like, fuck you, other me. Okay. Wait.
さようなら。
Goodbye.
それ
Or rather,
と私の代わりに
thank you for living through
あ
that
の時
period
間
for
を
me.
過ごしてくれて
She barely gave any extra time. In the next instant, Groza's body was pushed into the incinerator feeding chute. The feeling of weightlessness violently dragged her perception downward, and the world in her vision was torn to shreds by the warning lights and churning shadows. Before completely losing her balance, the last thing she saw was a cloaked figure up high. Then the sound of the iron door echoed loudly throughout the incineration plant. Isolating all this in the unknown darkness of the night. Oh, my eyes hurt. Hold on. There we go. Let's continue. Well, I let my eyes rest, I guess. Juno took a deep breath and turned away, not looking at the blazing fire in the furnace. Her hands were shaking violently. It wasn't as calm as she appeared. After obtaining this frame, she felt her footsteps become somewhat unsteady for the first time. She leaned against the wall, dizzy and even a bit nauseous. It felt as though something other than those creatures was constantly churning within her chest. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Calm down. Calm. She didn't do anything wrong. That is just a backup of her. At most, she just deleted her memories for the past few months. No, not even completely deleted. When trying to merge, although it eventually failed, she also quickly read a small part of it. Not only that, she recovered her memories from the Griffin era. She no longer constrained by state set, and she even became stronger. Strong enough to easily defeat the Darcher she couldn't match in the past. She is the correct one. She is the one who can bring more assistance to the commander. In that case, why is there a wet sensation on her face? What is this? I'm not wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Her hands tremble uncontrollably. Even just lifting them slightly seems to carry a tremendous weight. She gazes at her palm, and without realizing it, the trembling gradually subsides. She closed her eyes, raised her wrist again, and immediately after grabbed those 2 extra arms. Next second, crash. Squelch. The mechanical arm was uprooted, the parts at the end pulling flesh and blood. Black and red tissue fluid sprayed out from the wound, instantly dyeing the ground red, a shocking sight. She stared blankly at the 2 mechanical arms that had been violently torn off. In just that brief moment of daze, the restless tissue at her shoulder blades had already filled the void. I'm Groza. Just having me. 1 Groza. It's enough. She muttered to herself, as if defending herself to someone who wasn't there. Immediately after, she threw those 2 extra arms into the incinerator as well. As if by doing so, all of her past actions would be forgiven. Is this really okay? Just as Juno was at a loss, the communication terminal lying at her feet suddenly sounded a message notification. a message popped up right before Juno's eyes. Report to my room. It's urgent. Commander? Commander. Like a tranquilizer, those 3 words brought back Juno's reason. Yes, that's right. I'm back. She's returned to the commander's side. This, above all, is what truly matters. He turned around, gripping the communicator, and walked silently out of the factory. Now, she just needs to go back there. Back to the past. Back to his side. Everything could go back to the way it was. This is like some timeline shit. You know, when you go back in time and kill your other self, that way you can relive the past. Alright. Having changed her makeup and dressed neatly, Juno hurried to the quietest suite in the inner end of the corridor. Pushing open the door, she saw the commander staring solemnly at a communicator screen. Seeing her, the commander nodded. Groza, you're here. Come quickly. Commander, what happened? Miss Groza! A sudden burst of aggrieved crying erupted from the screen. Juno looked over and saw a familiar pink figure in the visual module. The black-haired girl was covered in damage and dust, looking as if she had just driven straight through the collapse storm. And sitting beside the girl was an even more familiar doll, so familiar that it was somewhat startling. The almost perked up bunny ears are nearly broken, and her bright red outfit looked as though it had been burnt to ashes. But none of this compares to another terrifying fact. The doll only has her upper half left. Juno's breathing almost stopped for an instant, and along with it, the creature inside her tightened instantly. She had almost forgotten about this. No, it's nothing. She isn't good at lying. Had she intended to confess everything directly to the commander, she believed the commander would understand her. But at this moment, she flinched. Is she nervous because she finally saw the commander? Or is it because she doesn't want the commander, Krolik, and the others to know that she was the one who heard Krolik and Nemesis? Oh no, my action has consequences. Krolik, what happened here? On the way back to the Elmo for reinforcement, Sakura and the others were unexpectedly attacked by the conglomerate dolls. The enemy was extremely powerful, and Krolik was severely injured. Sakura fought with all her strength to escape with Krolik. The Nemesis, in order to cover the retreat, her fate's unknown. The commander found deeply inside. A lot of time has passed since Sakura escaped to the safe zone, and repaired the communication equipment, yet assumed the war for Nemesis. I'm afraid things aren't looking good for her. Commander, what should we do now? I want to replace Miss Koa's backup frame, but because the damage was too severe, I tried several times without success. Now she won't even boot up. Sakura, take Krolik back to the Elmo first. With her frame damage to assistant, only Mei-Ling can fix it. Same for Kukai's team. Halt pursuit and return ASAP. The enemy is too strong. The longer you stay out there, the more dangerous it is. Commander, Mei-Ling is currently supporting the coast with deblogging the simulated combat system, right? Should we have her return to Elmo first? Yes. We have no choice but to have her return first. Not just Mei-Ling, but Colfine and Melanie will also come back with us, while Masoon Squad and Team Squad 404 stay behind.
私たちも
And we? According to Sakura, the Conglomerate initiated the attack, which means they're very likely familiar with the Elmo units. If they came because of us, staying here any longer would only endanger the residents of Mikoshi. Trying hard to suppress the raging storm in her neural cloud, Juno nodded. She absolutely couldn't relax now. She had to try her best at exactly as before. Because she is Groza.
分かった。帰る支度
I
をしてる
understand. Then I'll go prepare the return trip now.
ああ、頼んだ。
And I'll leave with you. I'll leave it to you. That's what he said. After briefing the mission, Commander turned to Sakura. Sakura, be extremely careful on your way back. Make sure your disguise is good, and don't get spotted by the conglomerate. Yeah, I will. I'll definitely bring Miss Color back safely. He's failing his perception roll. To be fair, the last person he's going to suspect is Groza. But he'll figure it out. A suffocating silence filled the air, the weight of which almost made it hard for Juno to breathe. Luck's frame lay peacefully in the maintenance pod. Evidently, Mei-Ling had already swapped her into a spare frame. The scorched torso that should have completely snapped due to rough movements was now flawlessly joined, as if it had never experienced that battle. Honestly, I want Commander to say, like, Rosa, are your boobs bigger? She stood a little further away, watching Mei-Ling and Sakura busying themselves. The creature parasitic in her chest curled up uneasily, then slowly uncurled under her deliberately steady breathing. Not leaving! Krolek kept her eyes tightly shut, letting out intermittent sounds. The newly repaired Miss Krolek still seemed very nervous. Yeah. Mei-Ling rarely showed such serious expression. Her face was solemn, her brows knitted so tightly they almost formed a knot. Having just finished maintenance, Krolek couldn't even fully boot up yet, but some kind of persistence from deep within her neural cloud seemed to be urging her to wake up. Esther, not leaving. Finally, she opened her eyes. Both Mei-Ling and Sakura were startled by Krolek's sudden shout. Where's Nemesis? Where is she? Miss Krolek, please don't move around yet. The repairs have just been completed. Zainab would be very dangerous. Your joint modules are still undergoing self-diagnostics. You have to wait for at least a while. I'm asking about Nemesis! She proudly forced her upper body up, her expression filled with agitation and anger. Juno instinctively stepped forward and grasped her shoulder. The pressure was perfectly controlled, but enough to render Krolek immobile. Calm down a bit, Krolek. It was only then that Krolek noticed the surrounding environment had changed. The familiar maintenance room and several familiar faces looking at her with concern. The commander, Mei-Ling, Sakura, and The moment their eyes meet, Chloe's gaze lingered on her face for a split second.
指揮官
Commander,
隊長
Captain?
ネメシスは
What about Nemesis? Chloe looked around, but didn't see Nemesis. But Mei kept her head heavily bowed, as if struggling with something, unable to answer. Sakura then explained on her behalf.
その
Um,
ネメシスさんは
Miss Condition seems to be a bit more serious than Miss Krolix.
バックアップをロードして
She said we might have to use her neural backup for a reboot.
再起動
A reboot?
そうね
Not true.
今頃あいつの素体
Her frame is probably completely
ズ
destroyed.
タボロに破壊されてるだろうし
メイリンが言うには
Link
現
has
状こ
already
れしか方
explained the
法が
situation
ない
to us. This is currently the only way. After being downcast for a few seconds, Chloe chewed up again.
そんなこと
I know.
分かってる
That is the only way.
あの状況で逃げ切れただけでも奇
Under
跡
those circumstances, we were lucky not to escape at all.
ええ
Fine.
そうね
I'll let us slide this time.
次からふざけた真似しないよう
However, escaping a punch doesn't mean escaping something else. This girl is too reckless. I had to teach her a good lesson. Amidst the back and forth chatter, only Mei Ling remained silent, seemingly gathering a great deal of resolve. And Juno also noticed a change in Mei Ling.
メイリンどうしたの
What's wrong?
ネメシスの再起動は順調か
Did the reboot of Nemesis go smoothly?
なんでまだ現れないのよ
Oh, right. Why haven't we seen Nemesis yet? After the people present looked at each other, everyone's gaze gathered on Mei Ling. Mei Ling, who was already full of sorrow, raised her head with difficulty, and everyone discovered that her eyes were welling with tears.
ちょっと
Hey,
何よその
what's going on?
何かあっ
Did
たん
something
ですか
happen? When
ネメシス
I
さんを
was trying to
再起
reboot
動
Nemesis
しようと
just now, I discovered... At this point, Mei Ling's voice trembled slightly. Discovered? A bad premonition flooded Juno's mind, and she suddenly clenched her fist.
したら何
Discovered what?
最後まで言いなさいよ
Why'd you stop talking?
ネメシスさんの
Mrs. No cloud backup. I don't know when it was deleted.
されていました
So...
なんですって
What? Juno's breathing almost stopped in this instant, and the creature inside her almost tightened into a ball. The backup is gone? Why? How could that be? What do we do? Sorry, everyone. Without a neural cloud backup,
ネメシスさんを
it's already
再起動
impossible
できま
to
せん
reboot Nemesis.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry. I can't do it. What's this mean? That scene appeared in Juno's neural cloud again. That weak, silent, yet unyielding frame being repeatedly torn, ravaged, and ultimately destroyed by her own hands. At the same time, her pleasant past with Nemesis kept entangling itself with this painful memory. Nemesis, will she never wake up again? The individual named Nemesis would never exist in this world, disappearing completely. Was she completely destroyed by these very hands?
ネメシスさん帰ってこられないん
Nemesis
です
will never come back? What should we do?
どうして
It's not gonna work.
こんなことに
What A pitch black emotion, like a creature parasiting her body, climbed up upwards, wrapping Juno up once again. Nemesis shattered limbs. Nemesis shattered torso. Nemesis shattered head, severed head. Completely destroyed. Everything seemed to reappear before Juno's eyes again. If only the reboot had succeeded, everything would have been fine. The companions of the Elmo could have gathered together once again, and life should have gotten back on track. But if we can't reboot her...
Mina.
Alright. The commander caused everyone's voices. His face bore a sadness that was hard to conceal, but at the same time, an unshakable seriousness.
悲しいのはわかる。でも、
I know everyone's very sad, but right
現状
now,
を整理しな
we
けれ
need to
ばならない。
clarify the facts first.
削除されたと言ったな。
What do you mean by the backup was deleted?
バックアップが
A
勝手
backup
に
couldn't
消える
possibly
わけが
disappear on
ない。
its own. What happened?
そうよ。
Yeah!
どういう
What
ことな
exactly is going on?
メイリン、今
Mainly,
分かってい
repeat
る
your
ことを
previous inspection
もう一
results,
度共有して
along with the system logs.
何度もチェックし
I've
まし
checked
た
it
が
many times.
バックアッ
The
プは
backup must have been deleted by someone.
削除されたと思われます。
An unquenchable anger burned within Juno's neural cloud. That's right. Backups disappeared for no reason. Who? Who did this? Was it tear apart the real culprit? She is no longer the ghost of the past. Now with this kind of power, she can easily do it. Find that person, tear them apart, dismantle them, grind them to pieces. Just like how she crushed Nemesis.
ダンデライオン、
Dandelion.
何
I'm here. Juno's heart skipped a beat. Why would this familiar name appear on the Elmo at this time, at this moment? Oh yeah, she wouldn't know Dandelion. However, the commander didn't seem to mind, instead issuing orders familiarly.
エルモ号の最新操作ログを調べてくれ。
Pull the Elmo's recent system operation logs for me. I need to figure out
外部の仕業か
if it's
裏
an
切り
intrusion
者がいるか
or if there's a traitor inside.
でしょ
No problem. Leave it to me.
任せて
Unaware of Juno's abnormality, the commander looked at Dandelion seriously. Seeming to understand the seriousness of the situation, even Dandelion uncharacteristically refrained from any banter at this moment. Dandelion's investigation process was not long, perhaps only lasting a few seconds, but to everyone present, especially Juno, it felt as long as several years. Soon, Dandelion's leisurely voice sounded again.
先に言っておくけどどんなに受け止
Well,
め
let me
き
say
れな
this
くても
first. Even if it sounds outrageous,
これは
it's definitely the truth.
もったいぶるな。
Spit it out. The commander grew a little impatient.
バックアップを消したのは
She
彼女
deleted them
自身
herself. Dead silence fell over the medical bay once again. Even Sakura, who had been sobbing, subconsciously held her breath. What? How is that
で
possible?
すよね
You know what? At this point, the commander should just like actually lock up the neural logs instead of keeping them freely open like how it usually does at this point. Coldfiend did it, Groza did it, now Nemesis did it.
ネメシスさんが
How could Nemesis delete the backup herself?
ログは数日前の夜
The operation logs is from just a few nights ago.
制御室の映像には彼女しか映らなかった
I pulled out the surveillance footage. At that time, only one person entered the main control room. Herself.
どうしてそうしたかは
Of course, I don't know why she did it. I wasn't in the vehicle all the time.
あなたたち
So
の
maybe you know
方が
better.
心当たりあるんじゃないそんな
How could this be?
愛に私がそうしたと
Like, after I did last time, no. Didn't the commander say we need to prevent this from happening?
私とダンデライオンしか知らないパスコードを設定した
I said a password, only Dandelion I know it.
ええ。強行突破しよう。
Right, even if it was forcibly cracked, I would go online to handle it immediately.
だからここが一番
So this is the weirdest part. She entered the system using the correct password.
パスコードを知っていた
She
のか
knew the password?
怪しげな水晶玉を持って
I saw her take a strange crystal and perform some mysterious ritual.
占
Divination.
いいや
Are you saying she calculated it?
肯定はしないけど、そう見えるわね。
I've reserved my judgment, but at least it looks that way.
復元できるか
Do you have a way to restore it?
残念ながら、
Unfortunately, no.
ノーよ。私でも
Even I can conjure completely vanished data out of thin air. Alright, guys. I think she's actually dead. They'll have to explain the upgrade, but at this point in time, we can say that she's actually dead. What should I do? If we really can't reboot her, wouldn't Nemesis just disappear completely? Wouldn't I completely become the murderer who killed my companion? She has completely become the murderer who killed her comrades. She even hypocritically stand among her comrades, suffering over the crimes she herself committed. This thought lingers in Juno's mind, refusing to go away. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't believe it. I can't accept this. After a long time, Krullik finally yelled. She jumped out of the maintenance pod, making to run towards the command room. What do you mean she deleted it herself? Who would delete her own neural cloud backup? Did something malfunction? How'd you not find a neural cloud backup? Krullik's voice grew weaker and weaker. Her words choked with emotion until they turned into intermittent sobs. Juno's head was buzzing a little. What should I do? I was the one who killed Nemesis, the one who caused all of this. What should I say? If the truth is ever exposed one day, how will the commander... Oh, okay. If the truth is ever exposed one day, how will the commander view her? What will Krullik think of her? Those who stood by her today, believing she was Groza. How would they view this doll who killed her companion with her own hands? Relying almost on instinct, Juno slowly spoke. Calm down, Krullik. I know you're very angry right now, but our top priority is... How can I calm down in the situation, Captain? Nemesis! She's... She'll never come back! This reprimand calmed Krullik down considerably. She seemed to realize that venting her anger on the people around her wouldn't help matters. Sorry, Captain. Commander.
メイリンもさくらも
Meaning Sakura, I didn't mean it
は
like
言い
that.
過ぎたわ。
I didn't want
あ
to
な
blame
たたちを
anyone.
責める気はない。
I have no right to blame you.
誰も悪くないって。
This isn't anyone's fault. Look at Juno's face. Cloak seemed to think of something. She blinked rapidly again, forcing herself to wake up.
私が
I was too
弱い
weak
から。
to defeat her.
ネメシスがこうなったのは
The one who truly caused Nemesis' downfall was
私の
me.
せい。あいつがしんがりをやらなくてもいいように
If I'd just been a little
私が
stronger.
もっと強ければ
If I hadn't let Nemesis act as the rear guard.
あの怪物をぶちのめせれば
If I was stronger, I could have completely destroyed that monster.
全部
It's all my fault.
私がバカ
Damn it,
こんなこと
Nemesis.
したのよ
Why did I do something like this? Close slams her fist angrily against the table.
キャロリックさんは悪く
No,
ないです。
it's not your fault.
あの怪物
Monster. Monster. Whether it was illusion or not, when the commander asked his question, Juno felt Chloe's gaze linger on her for a second. That second was enough to put her on pins and needles, but when she looked up, she didn't meet anyone's gaze.
あの4腕のや
That four-armed person.
もう一人
You mean
私
the other me?
つい
No,
やあんなのは隊長じ
that's
ゃ
not the
ない
captain at all. But at this moment, those words didn't comfort Juno at all. Instead, they stabbed her heart like a knife once again.
あんなのがもう一人の隊長な
I
んだ
won't call it another captain. I refuse to acknowledge that as the captain. That thing is a monster. Krolik spoke words by word through gritted teeth, as if wanting to bite the enemy into pieces. Monster. That made Juno recall once again the look Nemesis gave her.
人間か人形かもわからない。もしかしたらどっちでもない
I'm not sure it's human or doll. Maybe it's neither.
あれほど冷た
I've
く
never seen a person so
硬く
cold
て
and
凶暴
unyielding.
で残忍なも
She's
のを
like savage, cruel, and violent.
私は知らない。あれは
She's an absolute
純
monster.
然たる怪物よ。もしまた会うことがあったら
If I can see it again, if I had the chance,
今度こそ殺す。
kill it completely. Her tone made Juno feel as if she had plunged into the icy cave. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Her relationship with the Elmo, her Krolik and Nemesis, shouldn't be like this. Just a few months ago, they were still very happy. Both Krolik and Nemesis looked at her with eyes full of trust. When she had to sacrifice herself, everyone wished for her to survive. Why? Why is it like this after she tried so hard to return?
じゃあ
え
訓練に行って
I'm gonna train. Having said this on her own, perhaps sensing this weird atmosphere, Krolik turned and left the maintenance room. Not long after, chaotic metallic clanking sounds came from the corridor, like the misplaced anger of a certain doll.
そ
I'll go check on Miss Krolik.
私もついていくわ。
Sorry, Commander.
メイリンお願い。
I'll go check on them. I'll leave Minnie to you. Flustered yet composed, Juno turned around, wanting to escape towards the corridor. Just then, those familiar gentle hands grasped her trembling hands once again. Yes. Relying on each other's warmth, they had survived countless winters time and time again. She had died more than once. She had stayed in hell for so long that her body had already gone completely cold. But when she actually touched this long-lost warmth, she still couldn't help but stop.
グローザ待て
Rosa, wait a moment. Commander?
手震えてるぞ
Your hands are shaking.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry?
君は何も悪くない
Don't say that. You have nothing to apologize for, Rosa.
緊張してるんだろ
You're very nervous, aren't you?
ネメシスのこと
About Nemesis.
私ですら
I know everyone's very
顔に
sad.
出さないのが精一
Even
杯
I can't stay completely composed.
キャロリックの怒りの矛先は
Close
第
anger
三世代
is
人
directed
間
at that third gen doll.
自分が
Not
責
you,
める
Rosa. Don't blame yourself too much.
顔や素体が同じだからといって
We won't attribute the mistakes she made to you just because you share the same face or frame.
指揮官。
Ender,
君とあの人形は
she is her,
全く違う
and
存
you are
在
you.
だネメシスを破壊した
The
の
one
は
who
君じゃ
destroyed
ない
Nemesis was not you.
だから
So,
頭を上げて
raise your head, Rosa. This isn't like you. Another nat one. Give him a break, guys. The commander gently lifts Juno's face, calmly tidying her loose hair.
そうじゃないの。
It's
指揮官。
not like that, Commander. Because that is precisely me. The one who killed Nemesis, ugly as a monster, is precisely me. At least don't deny that I am, Groza. This familiar tenderness felt like a dull ache at this moment. Thinking this, Juno unconsciously bit her lower lip.
こうやって本当の意味で誰かを失ったのは初
We
め
haven't
て
completely lost anyone like this yet, right?
ちょっと前まで
It wasn't long ago that we were
みんな
trying
で
to
ネ
help
メ
her
シスの
regain
記
her
憶を
memories.
取り戻そうとしてたのに
Perhaps sensing that Groza in front of him wasn't truly comforted, the commander changed the subject. She was no stranger to such a gesture. It was a rare, subtle softness that commander hardly ever showed. She once had exclusive rights to this softness. But now this softness didn't belong to her. It seemed to pass right through her body, directed at the other Groza, the one she considered replica.
ネメシスと出会った時のことを
Remember
覚え
how
てい
we
るか
met Nemesis?
確か汚染エリアの砂漠だっ
I
たわ
remember.
ね。
It was in a sandy area in the Decentralized zone, I think.
地元の人間から巫女
At
扱
that
いさ
time,
れ
she
て
was regarded as an omniscient
私た
shaman
ちを見た瞬
by
間
the warning
コ
residents,
シネズミを投げつ
but
け
she
てきた
wasn't
わ
very friendly. As soon as we met, she threw a piece of dried rat at our heads.
どうせインチキと思って
We listened to her
バッテ
divination
リーを
without
料
holding
金代
out
わり
any
に
hope,
占ってもらって
and paid her with batteries as a reward.
それが不思議と当たったのよ
We
ね。
didn't expect the divination to actually be useful.
なぜか堅くなに
Not
私
only
たち
that,
につ
she
いてこよ
practically
うと
came
して
to
たし
us and insisted on following us.
なあ
Yeah,
思えば
thinking about it now,
彼女の言葉も素
we
性
didn't
も
even
わからないの
understand
に
what she was
よく
saying
迎
back
え入れ
then,
たもんだよ
let alone know where she came from. But surprisingly, we still let her stay on the Elmo. This is all in her journal, by the way, Nemesis journal. You can read her Destic journal to learn more about that. Also, swimming was with them too.
キャロリックが来てようやく理解できるように
It
なった
wasn't until Krullik appeared that we could truly understand her words.
よく喧嘩するけど
They coordinate very well
何かあ
in
った
the
時
squad.
は息ぴったりなのよね。
Although it gets a bit noisy occasionally, it's not bad either.
本当は仲いいんじゃないか
Yeah, she and Krullik actually have a really good relationship, don't they? Juno thought of the past. This shared experience with her companions made the corners of her mouth twitch up slightly. But soon, the feeling was crushed by reality.
彼女を仲間にしたの間違いだったかし
Did
ら。
my decision back then ruin her, Commander?
そう思うのは彼女に失礼だぞ
Thinking like that is also disrespectful to Nemesis, Groza.
君と出会ったことを
I don't think she regret
後
meeting me.
悔なんかしていないと思う
Wouldn't regret meeting me? Juno fell silent for a few seconds. that feeling seemed to have returned. The cold, hard sensation of disassembling Nemesis appeared in her hands once again. The subtle numbness brought by the sparks, and the destructive sensation of crushing those broken limbs and torsos in her hands. Sakura screams. Krulek shouts. Screams, screams, screams. Circulation fluid splattered all over the ground. She still remembered the feeling of that substance hitting her face. Juno's voice was hoarse, making it difficult for her to even speak. The warmth she had shown while reminiscing about the past with the commander was now completely gone. Such hands killed her own companions and destroyed their life on the Elmo. But she even still had the right to seek his warmth?
わかった。
I got it.
今夜は苦しい時間になるわ。
But tonight will probably be tough, Commander.
コーヒーを入れてくる。
I'll go make you a cup of
いつ
coffee.
ものでいい。
Usual, right? She tried her best to calm her emotions. At least for now, she wanted to somewhat make up for the mistakes she had made.
大丈夫か、グローザ。
Are you okay now, Groza? Seeing that she was alright, Commander also seemed to relax slightly.
ええ。これからどう
What
すればいい
should we do next?
セクスタンスと
Let's first
404
think
に
the
状
situation
況を
with
共有
Sextants
して
and
くれ。
Squad 404.
了解。気をつけ
They're
て
already
帰
on
って
their
く
way
るよう
back.
に言っておくわ。
I will remind them to be careful.
そうだ。後で
Yes.
彼女たちのバックアップを
right.
チェックしておこ
Check the neural backups later,
う。特にセクスタンス。
especially Sextants.
彼女は
The
バッ
neural
クアッ
backup
プ
might
が
not
取
be
れてる確
effective,
証が
so
ない。
we need to try and avoid conflict with enemies as much as possible. It's because of what happened with Nemesis.
外出中の反逆者
Also had to dispatch
いつでも支援に
Defy
来られるよ
prepared
う準備させ
for
て
postal support. Defy? They came back too? Juno smiled bitterly. While she was away, just how many people have returned to the commander's side? At this rate, even if she was told AR-15 would be coming back tomorrow, she wouldn't be surprised. Why was that a joke? In silence, Juno took out her terminal, preparing to contact the Phi. The commander suddenly interrupted her.
いや、反逆小隊には私から連絡しておこ
Insubordinate side? No, for the Phi, I'll handle the contact directly. Juno silently sighed in relief.
わかった。
Okay. As she spoke, Juno had already brought a steaming cup of coffee to the commander's side. The temperature just right.
う。今日のコーヒー、いつもと少し味が違うな。
Today's coffee seems to taste a bit different. The commander said softly. Ooh, I was waiting for it to stop. That way we could catch our breath here, but okay. The aftermath of the collapse storm has completely dissipated. On the wilderness, a gentle breeze stirs up brown dust, and a scorching, sweet yet bloody scent of rust permeates the open air. Not long ago, an entire army stood here, but now only silence remains. No, not entirely. A rustling sound came from the ground, like that made by some creature moving around. Pitch black creatures gently swayed from Darter's almost fully repaired body. Not until Darter's frame became completely intact again did they gradually settle down and return to the darkness once more. Her eyes tightly shut, that pitch black power pushed her to slowly float up from the ground. Her neck was perfectly intact. Juno hadn't inflicted any lasting damage on her. Promptly, she opened her eyes, planted her feet on the ground, and that parasol once again burst with vitality in her hands. Is the whole army annihilated? No need to look closely, just at one glance, she knew perfectly well what had happened. She really is insane. To think they actually destroyed a squad in an instant while out of control. Not an ounce of pity, nor would she feel any subtle regret. To her, this was merely a bothersome annoyance. With irritation, Dartre fiddled with the controller that once allowed Juno to carry out commands. As expected, like his dad's exterior, it was already no longer functional. Complete trash! She somewhat disgustingly threw the thing in her hand aside. Fortunately, the communicator was still working properly, and she immediately sent a message to Cocoon. What's wrong? With that unhappy expression, who made you angry again? Asking we already know, it's that idiot, of course! What a wonderful show! It seems the mission didn't go smoothly. Report the situation, Darcher. The squad's been completely wiped out. The controller is now trashed. I did a new squad, and a controller is sufficient to make her completely obedient. I don't want to get my clothes dirty again, so spare me the extra entertainment. But Cocoon didn't seem surprised by this. Her expression wavered for just a split second, and she quickly reverted to her usual demeanor. Did Juno lose control? It seems so. She encountered that commander squad. Oh, just a few members. It appears that old acquaintances annoyed her. She didn't hesitate to execute her past companions. Oh. So that's how it is. Alright. New team will arrive soon. Before that, you continue to monitor Juno's movements. Got it. I'll use the backdoor positioning to remotely monitor her whereabouts. By the way, this one made you look so pathetic. It's okay if I make her pay a little, right? Of course. Already have the ability, but pay attention to the limits of your little scuffle. I suspect I lose control. Who are you calling? After giving her final instruction, Cocoon was the first to cut the transmission, leaving Dartre fuming alone at the communication device. Damn it! Every single word is so annoying! Dartre's complaints were scattered by the wind. She impatiently twirled the umbrella in her hand and stepped over the fallen soldiers, slowly advancing in Juno's direction. What else we got? What am I missing here? Yeah. We're going to have to stop here. Because we have an hour and a half left before I would call it, and an hour and a half is not enough. So let's leave the rest for tomorrow. This is just judging based off of what we have left. This will probably be another full stream. And yeah, I say this is a good cliffhanger. I like how no one gives a shit about Truck-kun. But yeah, that was very good, very dramatic. I don't give a shit about Juno. I'm actually pretty sure Truckun's a they. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is complicated. I'm pretty sure Grows is alive because they decided to let Gravity handle this. She survived in some way, I'm pretty sure. Now, it would be really cool, well, not cool, but it'd be really dramatic if she actually died, and the only one left was actually Juno. But I don't think they're going to do that. Pretty sure Grows is alive, and didn't get incinerated. Yeah, no body, no kill. Like, I am curious about Nemesis. Because based on everything that we know so far, she should be dead. The only thing I can think of is that she has a backup somewhere else. And that backup might be Paradeus. I just tossed through the volcano. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she left another backup somewhere that wasn't in the Elmo. It's probably somewhere else. I'm pretty sure she's actually not dead. You want to see Angry Commander? Commander actually is angry. But he's seen too much shit, okay? he's seen way too much shit, so he is no longer the type to actually show his uncomposed self. It only comes out in bursts, like when he told Krolak to pipe down, and Krolak immediately listened. We watch later. So we only got through the first half. This is a pretty long event. We'll be doing a part 2 tomorrow. Immediately tomorrow. Same time. Part 2 of the part 1. Yeah, this might mean I might not stream on Thursday, because I don't know what I'm going to do on Thursday. If it's not this. Who knows, maybe I'll just skip Thursday, or maybe I'll just do... No, I don't want to do the Elmo event either, because it's been cut off by a few weeks. Corposant level, I don't want to see that yet. There's too little information at the moment. We've seen too little. I'm not going to say Corposant level. It is more emotionally resonant than Corposant, in my opinion. Obviously, there's an Angelia part in Corposant where it's really resonating with everyone. But everything that's going on with Groza and Juno it resonates more with me personally than what happened in Corpo-san. But that's about it. In terms of the actual content, there's not enough to judge. Bring back good Groza. Hey, I like Yandere Groza. I'm not gonna lie. Want to blow herself up too? Probably. She needs to go insane first, though. Get you out the incinerator. Yeah. Let's get married. That's the unlevel thinking. Exactly. That's why I like it. It's good drama. She's so fucking desperate to get back to her normal life. Like I said, it's like one of those movies where you go back to the past and you kill your previous self. That way you can relive your own past and make things different. So here's the funny part. You say OG Groza, but for all intents and purposes, this is the original Groza. Were you hiding? Yeah, I just got rid of my camera because my eyes were hurting a little bit. We're like, we don't know yet. We haven't seen everything. She's a Groza from the start of the game. Technically, she's the Groza from Frontline 1. It's that far back. But Sereskin, you are correct. What she's doing is completely stupid. But that's why I also like it, because it's a purely emotional response. Like, sometimes you don't need the logic. Like, what she did was completely illogical, but she's fucking desperate. In fact, I'm actually a little surprised that most dolls aren't like this. Where they're so desperate to, like, get back to the commander that they just start tearing shit up. because he ain't Gen 3. At this point, that seems to be the case. But it also makes me curious what's going to happen in part 2. Is it going to be completely divorced what's happened in part 1? Or is it going to be a continuation? It's going to be pretty interesting. So I wouldn't say identical to humans, but it's more like that they're similar to Nidos, which is even worse, actually. But at least according to Mother, they're supposed to be more stable, or a lot more stable than Nidos. Aren't most Nidos modified humans? Yeah, but Nidos are hella unstable compared to normal humans. Stable my ass. Yeah, quotation mark stable. Yeah, the Nido Coalition's being, or the simulation protocol for Nidos being canon is actually very surprising. I'm very surprised that they did that. I'm wondering if it's just Grey, or if they're counting all of them. They may just also be leaving the door open to bring those old Nidos back if they want to. What happened to the SS Coalition? So they are currently with a... they're part of the URNC, and they're doing assignments for them, pretty much. That's as little as we know right now regarding them. Yeah, they're mentioned a few times. They're mentioned in Anti-Parallel, and they're mentioned in Leo's event as well. That they did work with Griffin before. Yeah, SF has always been very strong. So the last thing I'll talk about before we end stream is that I know a lot of people, maybe not a lot, but at least some of you guys were like, why isn't the commander pointing this out already? He should have, like, why is he following his perception rules? So, in my opinion, on the commander figuring this out, it's going to have to be fairly obvious. It either needs to be very obvious, or it needs to happen enough times where the commander can sense a pattern of behavior. It's gonna be the food. The food. He's like, huh, this coffee sucks for some reason. Groza, what the fuck? Ah, you're not Groza! And yeah, one big thing is that we have to keep in mind that this literally is Groza. So that's gonna be the primary problem. And I agree, Sauceboss, actually. Groza has to, like, get away from, like, every single maintenance check in order for it to work. Also Helena, also Melanie. Because they can sense Bujins. Yeah, definitely. Melanie should be there, unless they got, unless they just let their Makosh for some reason. Melanie should be there. Who's the redhead? That is Mother. Who hasn't been officially revealed in the story yet, but they decided to reveal her during this promo art. But that's Mother. Oh no, she's hot! Twisted. I don't know what the point of killing, I'm gonna say old Groza. If you can just transfer memories the other way, and here's 2 leads off with a mega upgrade. So they tried that, and that didn't work. And it's because of Juno's Bujin cells. It makes her... So basically the Bujin cells has invaded or modified deeply her neural cloud, that the two are no longer compatible. So they can't transfer memories. Because if they could, this event wouldn't happen because Groza would be transferred into Juno, and then Juno would have been Omega Groza, pretty much. But since that wouldn't happen, Groza suggested that the two of them just come back to the Elmo and they'll have 2 Grozas. And then she was like, nah! Basically. And so an MP4, just give it to her old self? There are ways around it, yes. But they're also trying hard, both of them actually, were trying insanely hard to not make this a big deal to everyone. They want to do it in secret for whatever reason. So technically they're both dumb for doing that. When they could have just talked to everyone and say, hey, this thing is going on between us. So, Groza wanted to at least fix it herself, But then realizing that it couldn't be fixed by themselves, she's like, we can just both exist. You know, Grizzly didn't want to fuse. Yeah, absolutely. She would have, though, for the sake of the commander. That's how self-sacrificial she is. Yeah, and she would have went through with it. In fact, she was going to go through with it. They just literally couldn't. Yeah. Double hand jobs. This is Kamikaze Girls. That's true. She is a dork. Juno grabbed Groza's head and said, "This cock chair isn't big enough for the two of us," and then just throws her off a cliff. Well, alright, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. We're still gonna have a lot to talk about tomorrow. And yes, it will happen tomorrow, same time. I'll see what we'll do on Thursday. But for now, tomorrow, we finish up part 1. A part 2 for a part 1. And we'll see what happens. We'll have a lot to talk about. So, I will see you guys then. Take care.